Hello, hello.
The new live stream for Genshin Impact was supposed to be a breath of relief. After a down period of probably not much
What
content,
are we gonna
players
do
were
if I needed
excited to
if
see
I
what
needed
we
to
will get
pause?
next patch.
Easy.
Perhaps new events
Okay.
or very anticipated new characters. And God help me,
Oh, that's awesome. That's
Just
awesome.
like that.
regional expansion. But by the end of the live stream, excitement turned to disappointment, and what was supposed to be a treat
Didn't entirely think this part through.
No, he didn't. Technical difficulties.
Wait, say something funny.
Say something funny.
You are a walking meme.
What?
Yeah, no, accept it. Just accept it.
What do you mean?
That's what you are.
I don't understand.
I know. This is a great clip if anyone would ever clip it.
We just do it later.
The autism is showing.
My autism is showing. Oh, that's so nice of you. That's so nice of you to say. I don't. That's mean.
Bruh. That's what you said.
Habaka. Habaka patapa. Habaka. Uncomfortable. I'm uncomfortable. I'm uncomfortable. Uncomfortable.
YouTube gets shunned to the bottom.
Shun and unbeliever. Shun. Why don't you? Yeah. Do the other thingy. Can they see this tab? They're
They
watching.
can see all of this.
They're watching you struggle right now with the.
Watch me decide how I want to put
These
this in here.
challenges here.
Because I need this as big as possible.
That's what he said. I need this as big as possible.
That's how we'll do this. Now you can see chat.
As big as possible.
turned into a reality check. For most of the community, this isn't just another filler patch, it is the straw that broke the camel's back. Suddenly, the words that came out from the developers a while ago conflict with the reality of the situation right now. They said they aren't doing this for the money and they are apparently listening to the player base, but now it looks like the devs listen to the players' wallets more than actual feedback. By giving us only 60 polls per patch, they are forcing us to pay money to attempt to get the new characters. They said they wanted this game to last for 20 years, but let's be real here, who wants to play a game that is constantly getting worse for 20 years? Everything just sounds kind of ironic now. The character that was supposed to be a standard unit ended up being a limited banner character instead. Why? Money! Nobody knows. Everything is a bit of a mess. There is a lot to unpack here, from the characters to the Primo Gem grind, to the way rewards and gameplay are slowly being taken away by Miliastra Wonderland. If you want to see more content from me, feel free to smash the like button and subscribe. Hit the notification bell icon to keep up with my videos. Without wasting any more of your time, let's just get right into it. This all started with one of the new characters coming next patch, Lohin. Usually you can tell exactly what type of banner a character is going to just by
This is like, we're just saving this for another video, but this is one of my biggest qualms with 6.6. It's actually crazy. It's actually I'm so upset about it. We'll continue.
looking at the calculations, and Lohin's calculations screamed standard banner character. The reason is because his first and second constellations, basically the power-ups you get for pulling him more than once, only offer a 10% damage increase. For a standard banner character, that is normal, because you are expected to get dupes of the character over time. But for a limited banner character, that is weirdly low. For context, characters from the last few regions like Fontaine or Natlan usually see a 20 or 30% jump for those same upgrades. In other words, he was built to be average. He was designed to be someone you can get for free on a selector in next year's anniversary, or by losing a 50-50 on a limited banner character you actually wanted. All we're waiting for is just the confirmation, because usually, when a character is going to the standard pool, they announce the banner and then mention they will be added to the permanent roster in the next update. But this time, we are not getting that, and that omission instead confirms that he is a limited banner character, which feels like a bit of a mess given how the community was mentally prepared. There is a theory going around that is pretty hard to ignore. A lot of people think Hoyoverse saw how much everyone loved Lohan's design and his burst animation and decided to put a price tag on it. They thought people were obsessed with him regardless of his power level, so they apparently decided to squeeze more money out of players who were already sold on his aesthetic. If you haven't realized yet, you are being asked to pay premium prices for a standard quality product. Sounds like a typical Dubway approved move for me. Nothing new here, folks. But because now that he is limited, you have to compare him to other limited banner characters, and he is just not built to win that fight. Skirk is literally right there, about to him, and she is about 30% better than him in freeze teams. Sandrone is rumored to be a cryo DPS, and she is coming in the very next patch after this, and she is almost guaranteed to be better than Lohan. Why would anyone spend hundreds of dollars worth of pulls on a character who is just straight up worse? He went from being a win for the player base to being a trap, and not the good kind of traps. But that is just one part of the story. You will get even madder when you hear the number of pulls you're getting for this patch, because there is literally no other way to describe it other than completely insulting. If you want to guarantee a single character and their signature weapon, a C0R1, you might have to spend up to 340 pulls. That is because if you lose the 50-50 on both banners, the character guarantee is 180 pulls, and the weapon guarantee will cost you another 160 pulls. The weapon banner works with fate points, which doesn't carry over to the next banner. So if you don't have the full 160 pulls ready as you're attempting to get the weapon, you might be throwing your resources into a black hole. So all tallied up, you will need 54,400 primo gems for just
seeing a big
one
number
guy
like that
and his
really
stick.
makes my
A
stomach
massive
hurt.
ask in any version, but it is especially tone deaf when the actual income for version 6.6 is only 60 pulls.
It's 60
You've got
pulls.
the very anticipated Nicole
6
and
years
Lohan as the new
for 60
limiteds.
pulls.
Massive reruns for Mavuika and Durin, which are meta characters, but the game is only giving you about 20% of what you need to actually get those characters, and potentially weapons. To even have those 340 pulls ready for the new updates as a free-to-play, you would have had to start your grind all the way back on December 3rd when the 6.2 update launches. That's a
crazy.
total of 168
That's crazy.
days of perfect attendance. And I'm not just saying just get into
gross.
the game, do dailies, and get out. I am saying you have to grind religiously to get these pulls, sitting through hours of story yapfest with zero skip buttons, clearing the hardest stages of the endgame without having the newest units the endgame is clearly pandering to, 100%ing the new regions, and opening all of the common chests on weird high areas that only give you 2 primo gems, playing every single event, no matter how boring, no matter how repetitive. You cannot afford to miss a single pull. If you don't pay the game money, you are paying with your life, and I just don't think that is good for the players' health. People are also very angry about the rewards. Usually there's a main event for the updates, and it gives out a new 4-star weapon. Even if the weapon was niche or a bit weak, it could be a tangible tool for players
they give
who
us a
don't
skin
spend money. Well, this
instead of an
time,
actual
they've
weapon.
replaced the weapon entirely with a skin. A skin doesn't
That's
fix the fact that your
disgusting.
characters need actual gear to function
That's
in a game that is
nasty.
getting harder over time because of power creep. What is more offensive is that it is not even a particularly creative one. It is just a reskin of the Melusine Claymore we already have. You know what? If it's a
lazy
good
devs.
skin, people
Lazy
might let it
devs.
pass, but it's clearly not. They are also always doing this weird thing where they hype up increased generosity for events that are actually just stingy. Like the free Constellation events updates. The live stream made it sound like this massive upgrade to the reward pool, but the reality is that the extra payout is literally merely 20 primo gems and a single transient resin.
If you're a broke boy, just say so.
A temporary energy refill that expires
No.
if you don't use it within a week. 20 primo gems is not even an eighth of a single pull.
No,
You
it's
can't
not
even
even-
make the
not
energy
even
refill
10%.
permanent. To act like that is a major improvement feels like they are limit testing our intelligence. Do they think we are actually that stupid? And you're just gonna let this slide? They're calling you stupid. They think you are dum-dums who will just take anything they give you, and you're just gonna let that slide? The most telling part about this whole disaster, though, is that the players have completely stopped defending the multi multi-billion dollar nuclear reactor owning company. Usually,
Good.
a big part of
Finally.
the community would be the first to jump down your throats if you criticize the game, even a little bit. But now they are literally inviting players from Honkai
They
Star
just
Rail,
started Wu
Midori
fandom. You may
Waves
do
to
as you
come
wish.
over and
That's
trash it. It is
crazy.
because the
That's
comparison
crazy.
is just getting
The Hoyo
impossible
Shills
to
are waking
ignore
up.
when you see other games
They're
giving out
waking up.
top-tier limited collab characters for free.
Our
Every
prayers have reached
update, you
them.
will be given free polls just for logging in, a skip button, and then you look at Genshin charging 340
Oh,
polls
no.
for a guy whose own fans are calling him a bricked poll. There is a line that the devs shouldn't ever cross, and they have gone past
That's
way
it.
that line,
Yep.
by the way, but they are
Yep.
only
Yep.
getting
This is
called
the
out
line.
now. Now they're hoping that
It's too
boycotting the
late.
game and talking
It's too late.
badly of
It's
it
too
are the
little.
only
It's too
things
late.
that might
We
actually
tried to tell
force
you
a
guys.
change. It
We
makes
tried to
that
tell you.
20-year plan the developers
Oh, the
bragged
movie
about
shields.
look pretty ironic. They say they want the game to last 2 decades, but they are currently destroying their
Sakura
reputation
shields, my
to the
bad.
damn ground. If you're actually planning for a 20-year legacy, you don't burn your player base's trust for profit.
You
You're
don't
being asked to play
don't
like it's a
burn your player
full-time
base
job
6
for
years in,
awards that are
5 years
just
in, really.
stagnant every year. And it feels like they're trying to see how much we
Oh
will
no.
tolerate them before
Oh
everything falls
no.
apart. Years and months of resentment. And this update became the straw that broke the camel's back. With this whole drama, when you look at the bigger picture, it is not really about one guy not being on the standard banner. It is a realization that to enjoy Genshin Impact on paper, you must treat it like a job, which is
Yeah.
counterintuitive.
Feels
Religiously
bad.
grinding for half a year, getting paid
Feels
merely
bad.
60 polls per patch, and saving all that for a singular guaranteed character and their signature is starting to amount to nothing in value, when newer characters won't even work without pairing it with an expensive team. At one point, even playing the game at all stopped.
Feels bad. It's a really big feels bad. Especially the gosh. Oh, the meta ness of Knob Cry having Dottore like mock the player base in story quest was insane. Like what do you like how pretentious and out of touch do you have to be to mock your own player base in such a fourth wall like breaky way? It's like, oh, aren't you guys having so much fun? Isn't this game is so monotonous and so grindy? Like, oh, aren't you tired of it? Aren't you sick of all the shit that we're feeding you? All the stuff that you get to deal with on a daily basis just to like even have a semblance of an amount of pulls to like be able to pull for a character in like next patch. It's crazy. It's been going on for so long, and I feel so bad for people that didn't pull any like non-cry units. It just doesn't feel good, you know. But these reruns actually, you know, as a dolphin, I spend maybe like what like $50 a year on the game. Sometimes it's on banners. Most of it's just on Welcome Moon. But as a Genshin dolphin, very small dolphin, um, I it's a really big feels bad. It's a really big feels bad. But I'm happy because as a dolphin, and as a hater of Natland, as a hater of everything Natland and the blatant power creep that I brought into the game and just how awful uh Natland ruined what like the Spiral Abyss and brought with it like what Stygian Onslaught, Imaginarium Theater, and like all of those changes. I'm not saying the new endgame modes are necessarily bad. They're just not very engaging. They're not very fun. Um, and if you don't chill, they're not very achievable. You know, unless you want to grind this game like a job. Well, there are other YouTubers that do that. I just prefer not to do that. And I don't know, but I'm thankful for these reruns because I despise everything Natlan, and I got Doran on his initial running banner. So I'm very happy about the reruns. I'm okay about this patch, just because I get to skip the next 4 characters. So that means I'll probably have enough for Saritza or Alice. You know, if the RNG gods do bless me, and you know maybe I'll pick up a Welkin, maybe I won't. But it is a really big feels bad. I've been, I guess, self-admittedly, kind of paying attention to leaks for like the past 2 years in Genshin. It seems impossible to think smartly. What am I trying to say? Like pull smartly about your account without having some extra information. Um, I was not on board initially. Probably before Sumeru on leaks, but after Sumeru and like Fontaine happened. It was just like the tail end of Fontaine when I started like following leaks as closely as I could, as most accurately as I could. Um, just checking in on things, seeing what's going on, seeing like speculations either on Reddit or on YouTube. Um, it really big feels bad. Excuse me. That's how you know the game is in a bad state. Um, Not only have you alienated most of your free to play player base within the span of what, like 24 months, like two years. Let's be honest, it's kind of been happening since Natlan. That was the first time in Genshin's history that they'd run a character with their best in slot support on um the same banner debut, and it went down in history as like one of the worst instances of power creep, I think, in gacha gaming outside of Casterus and HSR. But it's the same company, so what do you expect? What do you expect? It was absolutely disgusting. Seeing Castrus made me quit the game, honestly, HSR. But that's another story for another day. Anyway, really big feels bad on the pulse. Feels awful. Going back to Sumeru is nice, but what is nice about going back to Sumeru is uh the return of what am I saying? Like probably we're probably gonna experience some events slop. There's gonna be uh there's going to be pressure to pull on like what we're dealing with now, which is like the Chronicle banner. It's like, hey, we're not bringing these units back for a long time. Probably because we're going into Snezhnaya very, very soon, and they just don't see the point in running any of these units. Thank goodness. Sorry, not thank goodness. Hopefully they don't run Farina before Sarita. Because I still haven't gotten a copy of Farina after all these years, just because I've been burnt out and on break on Genshin every time she's reran, which is really sucked for my new Valette. It's really sucked for him. But I'm okay with it because I didn't pull Jalonen because I despise all things Natlan. We'll talk about that more later probably. But anyway, on yapping, we'll get back to the video. All I'm saying is that it's just not the best situation, and it's not a feels good. It's really big feels bad for everything having to do with 6.6 and 7.0 and the current state of the game. This game is, I think, one of the worst states it's ever been in, especially since Natlan. Um, we'll say like after the release of the end of Fontaine Story Quest is when the game really took a downturn. Also that year of Desert and Sumeru for like 3.5 to like 3.8. I'm not gonna pretend to remember. It was so long. It was 3 or 4 years ago, guys. Like, I'm using Slack. The Yeah, that year of Desert was a major L. Um, Holy way to burn out your entire player base. And Natlan in general was just major L story wise, character design wise, landscape, in-game traversal mechanics, like the whole thing, in my opinion, was just a disaster. Just a disaster. And now you're pulling this crap on your player base. Not cry. Not cry was fun. But I might be a little bit biased because I pulled not cry units. Uh, but it's I don't know. Overall, it's been fun. It was awesome to explore. I like the changes to the treasure compass. Uh, Everything they put in. It wasn't too annoying. Like that's how you know. Okay, yap, almost over. My biggest problem with that one was you did a really terrible job uh designing traversal as a dev when you incentivize players to pull the character that has said traversal built into their kit, and then the enactment of that traversal in the actual overworld is just a shite experience that everyone cannot like stomach or pilot correctly, or it's buggy, or there's just discrepancies with it in general, whether it's like animation, like there was no polish, and I think they made it extremely frustrating on purpose to incentivize people to pull the characters just so they could explore the area. Natlan was one of the most generous regions as far as primo gems goes, but I don't know. Every time I think about it, my disappointment is immeasurable and my day is ruined. We'll get back to the video.
stops making sense. Genshin spends years building a world that people genuinely want to escape to. They have got the lore, the music, and the cutscenes that make you want to stick around for a longer time. But with version 6.6, they have made the rents for staying in that world nearly impossible to pay. You shouldn't
Inhabitable.
have to treat a
Inhabitable.
video game like a 40-hour work week just to keep up with the meta, especially when the rewards are just reskinned claymores and transient resin. They have genuinely built up this fan base brick by brick, but they are pricing out the loyalty of the people who actually care about it. And I just think that is unfair. But I'm curious if you agree with me or not. Let me know in the comments below. I'll try to read everything.
That's the video.
Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe if you want to keep up with my videos. But that is all from me, Glaive, and I will see you in the next one. Cheers.
Okay, we love Glaive. Love Glaive. Good content. Love Glaive. Good job, Glaive.
Now it feels like
we're not gonna watch this.
it's been around a year since Kuro Games announced their collaboration with
Cyberpunk.
Cyberpunk.
Don't get rid of it. But yeah. Yeah, we'll watch this.
Hello,
we'll go into Loheim.
People and welcome. Hi.
This is what I was talking about before.
Pre-release analysis.
Oh
you
my
might
gosh.
Be wondering, so Jeff, why is your energy so low right now?
Oh my gosh, she's burnt out. She's burnt out just like we are.
At the very least, at the beginning of the video recording. Where's my wave? Where's my smile?
No,
well,
this is a sad day.
So,
Stolen.
Throughout the leak cycle, throughout the beta cycles, we really thought Lohan was going to be a standard character.
We thought he was going to be everything.
Everything about him, everything that we was with the assumption that he was a standard character. But in the live stream, they didn't say he was a standard character.
No.
And every other character they released with the intent of putting on a standard banner, they said this character will be on the standard banner after the patch.
They said he'd
what this means is that Lohan is all but confirmed to be limited. That's
such a disappointment.
Because we had this perception of him as a standard character.
He was gonna be so cool.
Seemed to be in agreement that he was gonna be standard.
He's gonna be so cool. Can you imagine losing your 50-50 on the standard banner to this guy? How awesome! How awesome would it be if we could lose 50-50 to this guy? He's so cool. Like, no pun intended. He's the coolest character. He's the coolest character. He's got a spear. He's got a dagger. He's got that evil look in his eye. He's built like a twink. Like, people in Genshin love twinks. Okay, that's what you underestimate about the Genshin player base. They're actually all gay. They're actually all gay and mentally ill. As someone who is mentally ill and plays Genshin, most and slightly gay. most of us want nothing more than to rail a femboy. Okay, moving on.
And you know, his numbers made sense for a standard character. So the reveal that he is not going to be standard, that he's going to be limited, recontextualizes pretty much everything about him.
It's so disappointing.
He's changing from standard character.
Look at his eyes. Look at his dead eyes.
To a limited character with a lot of problems.
He's so sweet.
Let's get into the pre-release.
He's a
base
baby.
HP 12,000, base defense 784. Defensive stats are pretty decent, so shouldn't have too many survivability issues. Although I feel like that matters less and less with Stygian not forcing you to replay your first side team if you die on the
characters are the
fight.
coolest.
Base attack 344.
They're the coolest characters.
And third character this patch where I say this, but his base attack actually does matter for some aspects of his kit. So his base attack is pretty high.
He's like, it's like Nicole.
Ascension is good because he's a Hexarai character, so he's gonna be on the win set most likely in a lot of teams. And he's also a cryo character, so he might get cryo resonance.
I'll get the cryo passive.
The other set options for cryo characters often give crit rate. So
cryo sets are so busted.
If you watch the first impressions video, you'll know that I really like his kit. I think he's a very well designed.
We love him. We love him. He's an amazing character, actually.
Mostly a result of balance, more so than design. But let's set balance aside for a second.
He's no Hiyuki, but he's a very cool character.
His elemental skill, Unforeseen Strike. As he searches for weaknesses, Lohan switches to Master Stroke. While in this state, Lohan can actively accumulate Joy, using it to unleash the special elemental skill Etched into Bone and Soul, and nearby party members can accumulate Will to Win for Lohan, increasing the damage dealt by Etched into Bone and Soul. So basically, he can do things to accumulate Joy, and based on what the rest of your party is doing, he accumulates Will to Win. Joy is what he needs to use his ability, so his combos and whatnot are what decides how often he can use his special skill, and Will to Win is what decides how much damage that special skill does. This is a really cool design for a character because it allows for a certain type of dynamic interaction between an on-fielder and an off-fielder that aren't strictly carry and support that incentivizes a sort of forced double carry playstyle, because as we're gonna get into in a second, what the off-fielders have to do is damage. Now we get to the part about it that's not quite as good. So Lohan can only use his special skill up to 3 times, which means, unfortunately, if you have a way to accumulate both joy and will to win really quickly, you don't get rewarded for it, because you can only do 3 of them anyways. And the other part of it that kind of sucks is the numbers.
We need to talk about how his Master Stroke accumulates joy. We talk about how Lohan is Master Stroking it until he joys. Can we talk about that? Can we talk about that? Okay, I'm done.
His charge attack is really, really good compared to the other things he can do. Not just in terms of multipliers, but also just in terms of speed. And because it's so fast, his best combo is just spamming N1C and not using the skill. And I think that's boring. I think the fun part of his kit is the skill, and the fact that you don't even need to give a fuck about the skill and you still do more damage is stupid. Another thing to keep in mind here is that his charge attack only costs 10 stamina, which is very low, right? You can just spam your charge attack and never run out of stamina, basically. And that's what allows him to do this. Now, there is one alleviating factor here, which is his Witch passive. And that passive is when Lohan uses his skill or his burst, if his will to win is at least at 50% of the upper limit, his normal and charge attack damage will be increased by 40%. That means that even if you don't care about the damage from the skill, it's still worth using it every 6 seconds just for the normal and charge attack damage that your very strong N1C is doing. In the first impressions video, I didn't realize just how strong N1C was. Like, I was still assuming that you were doing N1C because it just made sense based on, I mean, we'll get into that in a second, but the best ways for him to generate joy are either doing N1C twice or doing N3C, and I just assumed that N1C twice was going to be better, because otherwise it wouldn't make sense for his stamina cost to be that low. So I was already assuming that N1C was the attack you were doing. I was just also assuming that you were doing N1C to build your joy as fast as possible, and then using the enhanced skill whenever it was available. At the time, we also didn't know he was capped at 3 skills. Learning about these things made him much stronger. Like, that's the reality of it, is that he is a lot stronger than I thought in the very, very first impressions video, just because the N1C combos are much more powerful. He also got a pretty big buff. His numbers across the board were increased by 20%. So if you watch that pre-release video for all 3 characters, just know that a lot has changed, and a lot of that isn't the case anymore. Getting back to his elemental skill, let's talk about the ways that he has of generating joy and will to win. So joy, as a reminder, is just the meter that allows him to use his ability. And there's an arrow on the meter, and the arrow
Master
starts at the
Stroking,
bottom,
click on my meter till I
once
joy.
the joy gets to the top, you can use the skill, and you can visually tell how much damage your skill will do based on how filled the meter is. So, joy. When Lohan hits opponents with a normal or charge attack, while in Master Stroke, he will accumulate 17 joy. Up to 100 joy may be accumulated.
Accumulating
at one
17
time.
joy while I
Joy
Master
can be
Stroke?
accumulated once every 0.1 second. Now, from what we've seen of both leak footage and livestream footage, it seems like his multi-hits generate the joy multiple times. It's just that this line is there to basically tell you that if you're in AoE and one attack hits 2 enemies, because it happens at the same time, it won't generate joy twice. So, basically, once he's hit enemies with 6 attacks, he can use his enhanced skill, Etch into Bone and Soul. Now, the base damage of this enhanced skill is 102 motion value at town level 9. He gets it for times 4, and the charge attack is 181.54 times 2, and the normal attack is 150. So the skill, by default, with no will to win, does a lot less damage than even one N1C, and it's also way slower. But it gets increased by the will to win. So how do you get will to win? Will to win, a special resource accumulated when other nearby party members deal damage while Lohan is in Master Stroke mode. It also caps at 100. While Master Stroke mode is active, so this can only be generated.
Master Stroking on my joy till I will to win.
Hitting enemies, right? You can't get any will to win during your setup. When other nearby party members deal damage, if that damage is not less than 1,000 of Lohan's base attack. And this is where the base attack matters. Base attack is going to be including your weapon's base attack as well. His signature weapon is 674. The lowest attack weapon you would consider using on him is probably White Tassel. So his base attack is going to be anywhere between 750 and 1,000, basically.
It's
So
not,
if
like,
you deal damage with
awful.
another character while Lohan is hitting the enemies, that is at least 10 times his base attack, he accumulates 20 will to win. Now he needs 100
Okay.
to max out the passive, so you would need to do that 5 times.
5 times,
Otherwise,
yeah.
he accumulates 1 will to win. He has one more way of generating will to win, which is his Ascension passive. When nearby party members accumulate will to win for Lohan by dealing damage while he's in Master Stroke, if that damage is at least 3,000 of Lohan's base attack, so 3 times that, right? So 22.5k on the White Tassel, 30k on Sig or like Jadewing Spear or whatever. It will accumulate an extra 60 will to win. So you get a total of 80 in
That's
one attack.
nasty.
Now, you might have noticed, Lohan is a cryo character. He wants off-field damage dealers. That sounds like it would work with Melt.
Yeah, not-
Durin's
yeah,
burst
yeah.
reacts every other hit, which means that if your
He's a
melted
Hexeride
burst
character,
on
so
Durin
it's obviously gonna be, like,
reaches
Durin
this extra
Nicole.
threshold, and the
It's probably gonna be,
unmelted
like,
burst on Durin
Durin
reaches
Nicole
the
self-melt or
non-extra
something.
threshold, the very first one for 20, then one melt and one non-melt will be enough to max out your will to win. Generally,
Varka having a
because his
core
skill isn't
with that,
that great,
like,
right? When you
Varka,
have
Durin,
100
Wilhelm,
will to win,
Nicole.
you get an extra 40% damage on your skill. And from what we understand so far, this 40% is a true multiplier that just multiplies your motion value. So instead of 408, it's 570. But as you can see, right, even then, it's only a tiny bit more damage than an N1C, and it's still slower. Unfortunately, the main use of his skill isn't actually really to deal damage. Like, it does deal a bit of damage, and it's not, like, bad damage, but it's mostly there for other reasons. First reason that I've already mentioned is getting his passive. Now, you need the will to win at least at 50%, and because this instance of 1 is basically never going to be relevant for that, you would
I
need
don't
10
mind
instances
Hexeride
of 1
as,
will
like, a
to win
mechanic,
to reach 50 will to win
but
with only 2 instances
getting new
that
units
reaches the 20 threshold.
that are also a part of the
It's very
Hexeride
unlikely you're
just
getting 10
bothers me.
hits like
I don't know
that
what
and
about it bothers
not
me.
already gotten
I think because I mostly
some of the
viewed it
big
as like
hits,
a
right?
revival
This
towards
effectively
older
means if
characters,
you
and
got
that's why it
3
bothers me,
hits at
but
the 1,000
it just
threshold
bothers me a little
or
bit.
1 hit at the
It's just, it
3,000
feels bad.
threshold, then you get the buff. That means that teams that don't have a lot of off-field damage might not be able to get the buff very early into the rotation. But because a lot of his teams kind of have characters that can slot in and get to the threshold without too much of a problem, generally you still get it fairly early. Anyways, as long as you have at
He has to
least
go.
3 big hits off
Yeah.
field before your first
Hi,
E,
baby.
you will get this. And then
Hi,
because it
baby.
lasts for 6 seconds, you have a full 6
Hey, baby.
seconds to get
What
another
you
3
got,
for the
baby?
next one. It's gonna
Goodbye,
happen
baby.
pretty
Be
tricky.
nice.
But there is
Goodbye,
actually
baby.
another purpose to his skill.
Good
And in
boy.
order to talk
Hello.
about that, we need to talk about
Hi,
Lohan's
baby.
internal cooldown.
Be good.
Lohan has
Be good,
a
baby.
special internal cooldown. Instead of the traditional
Oh.
3-hit 2.5-second time rule, Lohan has a 2-hit 6-second time rule. However,
Oh,
Lohan
you
has
Hey,
something
be
special
nice.
about it. And
Be
for
nice.
those that are in the know about
scratches.
all
No,
of the
no
game
scratches.
theory
Get down.
bullshit, it's just like
Get down.
Barbara.
You're nice, you get down.
Actually has
No,
a
get down.
capped amount
So,
of cryo
be good.
applications per time roll
Thank
reset.
you.
What this means is that if you apply a ton of cryo at the start
No.
by spamming N1C,
No biting.
once you've
No biting.
applied cryo 6
Please don't bite me,
times,
buddy.
you just
Okay,
stop
thank you.
applying cryo until the 5-second reset happens. So with this very fast N1C that takes less than a second,
do it.
you'll do the first
Nope.
one, 2 applications, the second
Love
one,
you.
1 application, the
We
third
love
one,
you, but
2
don't bite me.
applications, the fourth one,
Love that
1
one.
application. It's been a bit, so it's been like 3.5 seconds, and now you gotta not apply cryo for the next almost 2 seconds. Now, if
That's weird.
your team doesn't need that cryo application, then that's fine. But if you're using a low Durin Melt team, that might be a problem. You might need that cryo application in that time. And this is the
Hello.
second main use of his elemental skill. Once he's run out of cryo application from his normal attacks, if you need to keep applying cryo, that's when you want to use the elemental skill, because the elemental skill doesn't share internal cooldown and is just, I mean, it's a bunch
Don't
of hits,
eat
so
my
it'll
chair.
apply cryo twice, so you're kind of just fine. This means that in teams where you're using him for cryo application, his combo will generally be 4
Nice.
N1Cs followed
Don't
by
buy
a
me.
skill repeating. And maybe you use his first skill a bit before the 4th
Thank
N1C, just so that your witch passive kicks in earlier. Maybe you do 2
Hi, baby.
N1Cs and then
Hi,
skill
baby.
and then 4 and then skill and keep repeating that. but that's a basic play pattern. And honestly, if his skill did enough damage to actually just be better than the N1C spam, like if they nerfed the charge attack by a bit and buffed the skill so that he'd end up at the same amount of damage in total, I think he would have been such a cool character. But really, the realization of how powerful the N1C is and how weak the skill is has made me lose a lot of my enthusiasm about his kit design, and unfortunately, it's a result of balance. But before we talk a bit more about balance, let's finish describing the rest of his kit. So his Ascension 4 passive, while in Master Stroke, 8 seconds after another party member triggers a chrono reaction, that character's attack is increased by 15%, and Lohan's attack is increased by 15%. So in teams where other characters are triggering cryo reactions, right? In teams where you're using Lohan for cryo aura, and having all fielders deal reaction damage based off of that cryo aura, or where you're using Lohan and one of your off fielders just happens to apply an element that triggers a reaction. So maybe if you're using him in a freeze team with Verena, for example, he gets 15% attack, and whoever triggered the reaction gets 15% attack. Can't wait for that 15% attack to make Verena pop off. Huge. But this is basically just a small stat buff for him and generally for Darren. And next we have his, I mean, it's kind of an exploration passive. Like, this is where exploration passives usually are, but it's not actually an exploration passive. It's a weird one. After Lohan uses his skill talent level goes up by 1. The skill cast doesn't do anything, like it doesn't deal any damage, so effectively his skill is just +1 talent level. This lasts for 9 seconds.
Oh yes, because that was so helpful. This is how you know they've officially run out of ideas. So just give him talent passive.
So you'll have like about 2
That's crazy.
uptime on it. 1 talent level is nice, like it's a tiny little upgrade, right? We go from 102 to 108 here. We've got this like 6-ish% increase to his numbers, and it's about 2/3 uptime, so it's like about 4%. However, if a member of your party,
I think it's actually a worse child passive,
that is at least the same as Lohan's skill, then the duration of this is increased. Now, I said 13 seconds Master Stroke duration. I believe this is increased by hit lag, so it can actually be more than that. But even in like the best case scenario for this, you'll basically go from about 2/3 uptime to full uptime, which makes this about 4% damage because it's 2/3 uptime, be about 6% damage instead. It's like 2% more damage. I've seen people be like, oh, so like I absolutely need to have 4-star characters on my party because I don't have constellations on my 5 stars. Like, no, it doesn't do anything. It's a very, very small thing. He can gain this once every 18 seconds, so once per rotation, basically. He can't get 2 down levels from this passive. And finally, we have his Elemental Burst. Performs a swift series of forward strike, consuming all will to win and dealing cryo damage. So basically, his burst can replace his skill and allow you to use your will to win for a bigger hit that has a longer animation instead. The damage will be increased based on the amount of will to win consumed, just like the skill. And if he is in Master Stroke when using the burst, the duration of Master Stroke gets increased. This basically just means that you don't lose Master
Stroking on my joy till I burst.
During Master Stroke,
till I elemental burst.
The damage of this burst, right? We have to contextualize this here because the skill gets the talent level and the burst doesn't, is 201.96 times 6 and also times 1.4 from will to win. As you can see, the burst is quite a bit more motion back. That being said, the burst is a lot longer than the skill is, and just like the skill, there is the downside of, well, during burst animation, you're not spamming N1C. So the actual damage gain from using the burst isn't very high. It is DPS positive from what I've looked at to use the burst at the very least, but it's not enough damage to justify building ER on him to try to get it every rotation. The burst does also fulfill the trigger condition for the Exorite passive, and it is better to use the burst than to use the skill if you're only going to be using one of the two. So generally, when you have the burst available, you don't do 3 E's anymore. You'll do 2 E's and 1 burst instead. Maybe you're not doing 3 E's to begin with, and you're only doing 2, and you'll do 1 E and 1 burst now. For now, we've kind of ignored comparisons in terms of comparisons to other characters. We've just looked at like where the power budget is, which abilities of his are worth using, which aren't, and the sort of teams you're going to want to run with him. But we need to address the elephant in the room. And it is that, obviously, like I said at the beginning of the video, Lohan was rumored to be standard and was very strongly believed to be standard by basically everyone throughout the beta cycle. And I say basically everyone. If you weren't believing it, if you were a knower, then congratulations. And also, this is probably your fault. It's not mine. I honestly don't remember a single time where a character I've liked turned out to have a very disappointing element. Dea, Varka, I don't know what do these words even mean? I bet they're not even in the dictionary. Anyways, the reality is that Lohan isn't that bad. The power creep in this game has gotten incredibly out of control. If Lohan had been released with Durin and with like alongside Nicole, because that team really needs Nicole to function, they would have been basically perceived as Mawika level. Problem is, these characters came out. And unlike Mawika, right, like those heights that he can kind of reach are pretty heavily reliant on having 4 limited 5-star characters on your team, whereas what makes it so that Mawika's perception is still very positive, despite realistically her teams, unless you're who's a really good driver, Max Verstappen. Sure, unless you're that guy on the bike, she's really not comparing to the Lunar characters nowadays. But unlike the Lunar characters, she gets there with like 1 or 0 other 5-star characters on the team. And so now that we've reached levels of the meta where vertical investment is starting to be favored a bit more, having those teams be your best teams means that a lot more people are gonna feel comfortable considering early constellations or signature weapons. And when you do that, she's obviously becoming comparable to these Lunar characters and leaving characters like Lohan out of the war. The reason why I'm insisting on this is because as much as Lohan is very much a character that I could believe was a standard character, and because Lohan isn't really a dedicated carry the same way a lot of characters are, right, even though he's a non-fielder, I could understand the philosophy of like having a very good standard character, but like he's really only there as an enabler for the good limited characters that you need to have to make him good. But I've seen a lot of people compare him to like I've seen that actually in my chat today. I've seen multiple people ask like, is Lohan the worst limited character since Sigwini? And like, no, not even remotely close. My God. Lohan, when it comes to his place in the meta compared to what the meta looks like on release, is a lot closer to a character like Chiori. The reason why his current perception is so bad is because he was believed to be standard, and it turned out that he wasn't. So that perception clashes with the reality in a disappointing way. Now, Chiori was never that great of a character, but she also wasn't that bad. One thing to keep in mind, though, is that it's been a while since
he's just gonna fill the cryo Hexari character niche. That's all he's doing.
With the rate of the power creep, a character that's like 20% weaker than the current best carry is basically tied with the second current
Ty
best
gets
carry.
nothing.
The landscape of the meta is just so different from what it used to be that it's very difficult to like properly convey where Lohan actually stands. But if you're someone, because I know that Lohan is a character a lot of people like, so I know a lot of people are going to go for him anyways. Just expect a character that will age the same way like Risley aged, effectively. Where like, they were never that good on release. They were like, okay. And they stayed okay for a while because it kind of just took a while for stuff to be significantly better. But eventually they kind of just got phased out for better things. He is a lot better than Risley. Like right now, like at the end of the day, right? He is an okay character in 2026, which is a lot better than an okay character
in 2024.
Anyways, weapons are a little bit weird because free-to-play polearm weapons are kind of as like general stat sticks. Fontaine is the region that gave us the very general stat stick weapons that just, they have the healing condition and they just give you a bunch of attack and then maybe more attack on the passive or more damage on the passive. But polearms got the short end of the stick. Then it's an HP weapon instead, which is like really worthless, actually. And when you look at your other non-event free-to-play options, right? You have the Cash, it's for burst damage dealers. You have Kitane, EM, and Energy. Prototype Star Glitter, Energy. And then you got Prospector's Shovel, which is a passive that does nothing. And because of that, you have 3-star weapons that are really not that powerful, like White Tassel, just being pretty decent free-to-play options, because none of the non-event free-to-play 4-star polearms have not followed the same trend of free-to-play weapon power creep that swords, catalysts, and bows have had. The fact that they also kind of just stopped doing event weapons, and I don't know if you guys watched the live stream, but we're getting a skin for the Melusine Claymore instead of an event weapon next patch.
One of the worst things
sick.
like ever.
That. Amazing.
It
wow.
sucks.
Means
So
that, like,
bad.
if you didn't get those old
So
event
bad.
weapons, your free-to-play situation for weapons is looking a little cooked. Anyways, let's actually talk
Yeah,
about his
looks
weapon
pretty
and also
grim.
the whole now that we've mentioned the free-to-play weapon situation. So his signature weapon, high base attack, 22.1% crit rate. It's 40 damage percent to normal and charge attacks when you use skills and bursts, and to skills and bursts when you use normal and charge attacks. So characters that use both get damage from both. And heck the right characters, it's 70% instead of 40%. It's a lot of damage percent, so it's pretty good weapon for him. So Sig is obviously his best in slot, but there is one thing though that makes his Sig a lot worse. And it's that Lohan is one of the very, very few characters in the game that gets basically full value out of Jadewing Spear. And Jadewing Spear is a standard weapon that you might have obtained without going for it, because it's a standard weapon. Now, this doesn't mean you should go out of your way to get it, but it does mean that if you already do have a Jadewing Spear, right, you get 3.2% attack, 7 times, averages like 20%, whatever, and 12 damage percent, the increase from getting his signature is a lot lower. That, paired with the fact that in a lot of his teams, he's less than 50% of the team's DPS, makes this one of the worst signatures in recent history. Even if you don't have Jadewing Spear, unless your starting weapon is White Tassel, basically, think of his Sig as getting a damage Sig on a support in terms of how it will impact your team DPS. You can also use any of the other like 5-star stat sticks. Technically, if you end up playing him in a Burn Melt team, Staff of Scarlet Sands can be very nice, especially because as far as I understand, there's no cooldown on this passive, so you like full stack it the first time you use the skill. So if you're playing Reverse Melt Lohan with
I don't think I'm ever
Burning,
gonna pull
right?
Staff
I haven't
of Scarlet
actually seen
Sands.
any footage of combos with Skyward Spine. If they're noticeably faster,
It'd be nice for, like,
it's
EM
probably
Raiden.
better than the 4-star weapons.
But I'd probably be better off
because I
putting it
haven't
on,
seen any footage of it, I can't tell
Xiangling
you how good
at
it
that
actually
point.
is. Like pretty much all of these 5-star stat sticks are the same. This should generally be slightly better than his best 4-star weapons, hovering somewhere in between Deathmatch and Jadewing Spear, basically. 4-star weapons, right? We have obviously Deathmatch is going to be your default 4-star. If you are a Battle Pass buyer, should generally be your best 4-star. If you are not a Battle Pass buyer, Sacrificer's Staff is an abomination of a stat line, so it's pretty good. Like, it's just better than Deathmatch if you have it a high refine. Probably similar to Deathmatch and low refine. But yeah, other than that, generally the 4-star weapons that you might not have, you have the Torch. It's basically just an extra 12% attack on the passive, which is fine. You have Missive Wind Spear, which is a bit better than that, because it's an extra 24% attack on the passive. I mean, I guess you have Blackcliff if your team is like omega overcapped on attack already, and you really want to use a crit weapon, and you're also capped on crit rate, so you can't use something like White Tassel. And we have White Tassel, which is like your default free-to-play option, because unfortunately, outside of event weapons and battle pass weapons, the 4-star weapons are kind of just not really better than White Tassel in a lot of his teams. Yeah, I should include Ballad of the Fjords, which is good for Melt. But again, right, like just like I said with the South Scarlet Sands, I'm not sure how much value you actually get out of the M, because I'm not sure how the reaction mapping lines up exactly. I'll need to test that. Yeah, and ranking weapons from best to worst would probably be Sig, then Jadewing Spear / Scaff of Scarlet Sands, then other 5-star stat sticks, then either Deathmatch or Ballad of the Fjords, then Missive Wind Spear over Torch, then White Tassel, then Blackcliff. Next is artifact sets, and this is where things get interesting. The way that
This is
Lohan's
the part
damage
that matters.
distribution works in his teams is actually very similar to Child. He's a character that is
Aw,
doing
he's
generally
cursed.
relatively close to the same amount of damage as his off-fielders. In the premium Durin Melt team, he's doing a bit less because you're using characters that buff Durin more than they buff Lohan, but it's often relatively close to half. And because the only like premium support set he has access to is the Witch set, right? Here I'm trying to emphasize the difference between a set like Noblesse and a set like Scroll. One of these is 20% attack, the other is 40% damage. Damage is a bit better than attack, but in some teams it's not, so but it's basically just double the stats. The premium sets are giving you 40%, and the non-premium sets, the ones that you're just using because you don't have anything better, are giving you 20% generally. And the only premium set he can actually fulfill the trigger condition for is the Witch set, but the Witch set only gives the 40 damage percent to the wielder's character and to the on-fielder's character. But that means if you're using Lohan on the set on field, the only element you're buffing is Cryo. So you're not buffing your Durin. you're not
Yeah.
buffing your Hydro characters.
He gets
if you
no
play him in
free.
freeze. It's not really good. So the support set's not what you want. What you want
Nah.
is the carry set. Now, he obviously fulfills the requirements for the win set, the Hexerai carry set, and it's pretty much always his best install. Now, there are other sets he can use if you're playing him in freeze and you are against freezable enemies. Blizzard Sprayer can be very good, although freezable enemies don't exist anymore, so it's not. If you're playing him in a team with Farina, which is also still generally freeze, you can use Maréchaussée. Maréchaussée is not too bad, but generally the teams with Farina don't really run attack buffers, which means that despite crit generally being a better stat than attack, because wins just kind of has more stats, it's just better than Maréchaussée.
Yeah,
But you
you
can
get
use
more
it if you
crit.
don't have a good win set yet.
And more
Artifact stats. Attack, cryo, crit. It's pretty much always what you want to do. Technically, like I mentioned earlier when I was talking about Maréchaussée, there are teams where you can play him where you don't end up with a lot of attack and where you might end up with a very large amount of damage percent. So it's possible for attack goblet to be slightly better, or at least close enough that a goblet with very good substats is usable, because he's using the same set as Varka, and Varka also often uses attack goblet. You might already have a good leveled attack goblet, and if that's the case, it's very usable on him. But as soon as you start using supports that buff attack, you kind of want to stay away from that. I also mentioned earlier EM as the stat for the Sands. EM, cryo, crit. If he gets a lot of melts, it'll be pretty good, but there's some problems, right? He actually applies cryo so quickly that some of his abilities that apply cryo won't melt, because even through burning plus off-field pyro application, sometimes you just get rid of it all and just end up with a cryo aura on enemies. So not like 100% sure the EM main side is even better
Might just
in
have to
there.
slow down
Which
your
actually reminds me,
rotation,
there's another weapon I
TBH,
didn't talk about here,
which is gonna
Dragon's
suck.
Bane. Dragon's Bane is actually a pretty solid option in these burn melt teams if there's enough uptime on the passive. Going, I would say, probably between Missive Windspear and Torch for melt. Now, we need to talk about the teams. And this is where the problems come in. Lohan is a character who is balanced and designed around synergies with off-field damage dealers. Right
Yeah.
now, there's pretty much no 4-star characters that really work well with off-field damage dealers in ways that Lohan can take advantage of. Characters like Sucrose, right, who buff the whole team's elemental mastery, are not bad, but because Lohan has no form of cryo application off-field, you won't be able to swirl cryo, which means basically only one character gets the value from Sucrose, and what you want in these Lohan teams is characters that buff everyone, not characters that buff only off-field or only on-field. Which means that if you have a character that only buffs off-field, you're missing out on a lot of value from not buffing Lohan, and same for the other way around. You have a character that only buffs on-field, missing out on a lot of value from not buffing your off-fielder. So first, let's talk about the very basic team that he was
Very
clearly
obvious.
designed for, which is Durin Melt. Durin Melt teams right now aren't great because there's no great cryo on fielders, and also because there's no great off-field buffers for these teams.
If Lohan
is solving
is
both of these problems.
what
Next patch is
Indefa
giving us
was
Nicole, who buffs off-field
Two Flins
characters, but also
for the
is a pyro
Shariza,
character that
we're
can
gonna
use
have a
the gift
problem.
set, which means that she can buff Lohan and Durin at the
We're
same
gonna have a
time, and
problem.
she is
I doubt
literally
that they
the
would do
only
that.
character in the game that can do that. Actually, that's
But-
not true. Klee can do that too. So you can use Klee support if you hate your life, I guess. But you're not gonna do that. What this means is if you're not
Wow.
if you're not getting Nicole,
Nice.
you're basically losing
Nice.
your whole ass set
Really?
bonus on
Wow.
Durin
Okay.
Because, well, at
Um,
that point, the Hexerai support set
I
is
get it.
Durin's
I
best
get
set.
it.
You're just losing a full carry set.
If
for a
Lohan is
character that's
if
doing
Lohan is
55%
3 for
of your
Sarita,
team's DPS. Well, he sure
there's a
isn't
lot of
doing
people that are gonna be
55% of
upset.
your team's
Or
DPS
worse, if he's
anymore,
like
I'll tell you that.
if he's
And
pre-farmed
Nicole
for
is
like
also
Pantalone or
obviously
any kind of
buffing the attack of off-field characters.
what is it
But
called?
also
Like
buffing the
Vine,
attack of your Lohan, right? With the full value with a plus 300,
Ripple,
you're
like
getting
Ripvine,
the
or
full burst value if you use it, because both of your damage dealers
I don't know
are
what
Hexerai,
I don't
which
remember what
leaves
the
you
mechanic
with
was called, but if
3
he's like a
units,
cryo
right?
driver for
You
the
have Lohan, you
those
have Nicole, you have
the
Durin.
new
What is the
teams
best
that are
class?
coming.
Well, ideally, you want a character that is buffing
Ugh,
everyone, and
it's
you're
just
also
Naya.
in a
Like
situation
there's
where
gonna be a
you
lot
have
of people that are gonna be
you might
really,
think, okay,
really
well,
upset.
we've
I'm
got
sure
a
he'll
shredder that
rerun
is shredding both
by that time,
elements,
but
and
it's
we
not gonna
don't
be
have any
pretty.
off-field cryo, so the best bet is just gonna be like Shilonen. And Shilonen's not a
We hate
bad
Natlin
option
here.
to
We
use
hate
here,
Natlin.
but there is one
No.
pretty big problem.
There's
And that
one more
pretty
reason
big
not to pull
problem
for the
is
character.
that
As much
swap
as
the
as much as I
Nicole, you
like
swap
him.
the Shilonen, maybe
If they don't
Shilonen
make him
first, who
standard
cares?
within
Swap
like
the Gurren. That's three
within the month,
characters with relatively long
they've honestly they've got to do
animations
something to
without
fix
any
their
sort of
PR
cryo
situation.
application.
It's
And because
absolutely
Gurren's
insane how
burst
bad it is right now.
duration
It's
full
awful.
uptime, right? Not having any
The
sort
player
of
base is
cryo
on fire.
application outside of Lohan field time is a pretty major DPS loss for Melt Durin. And because of that, despite Shilonen providing better stat buffs for the team as a whole than your alternatives, she just ends up performing worse than the best cryo alternative you can use here, because with a cryo character, you're getting cryo resonance, which is 15% cure rate across the board, which is nice, but you're also getting like 3 extra melts on Durin. And so you end up using Citlali in that team, right? You get 20% Pyro Shred, you get Scroll both for Pyro and for Cryo, and you get Cryo Resonance, and you get TPDS. He kind of just does too much compared to the other options. And you end up with a team that is using 4 limited characters, one of which is often wanted by other meta characters, Citlali, for results that aren't really better than what those alternatives, those other teams that want Citlali, can give you. They're not too far behind either, and arguably are easier to play because a lot of your damage happens passively as long as you have a cryo aura, and while you're on fielding Lohan, as long as you use the skill at all, keeping a cryo aura on the enemy shouldn't be a problem. But in terms of output and in terms of return on investment on your Primo gems, it's not ideal. This is going to be his best team from what I've looked at, and I mean, you might have seen,
which is so disappointing,
him to Skirk a lot outside of Freeze, right? Because a lot of the Freeze comparisons were assuming he was standard, and we're like, okay, well, assuming he's standard, like, how does like C1 Lohan with the selector from the anniversary compare to Skirk and whatever? But like, limited Lohan, right, in a Mel team like this is actually relatively similar to Skirk. Skirk obviously has the extra advantage when you're willing to learn her difficult combos, and even then, right, like that's not a binary hypothetical, right? Like it's not just either you're willing to learn the combos or you're not. Even if you are willing to learn the combos, some of the combos are basically humanly impossible, and I don't know if anyone's ever done one of them without a macro. Some of the combos are only possible when you unlock your FPS. Some of the combos are only possible when you bind your normal attack to the scroll wheel. I mean, it's not that they're only possible, but they're only realistic. When you bind your normal attack to the scroll wheel, it's a sea of variance, basically. And like, macro FPS unlock Skirk is most definitely better than what you will get out of Durin Mel, and no combo Skirk is definitely worse than what you get out of Durin Mel. What I deem to be the realistic threshold that just a bit of like just knowing what combos exist will lead to is generally just about the 4 and 5s plus like maybe 2 and 2s, and for people that really want to like try hard and that are willing to learn the combos, generally I assume the upper bound of what you'll be able
he's
to
kind
do
of
is
it's kind of
the
yapping right now,
NTD,
not gonna lie.
N2D,
Like he's kind of putting me to sleep
and
here.
you end
Just a little
up,
bit.
if you're really good, getting the 5th hit of the last N5 string, and if you're like
Just a
me and
little
you're
bit. How
not
much
really
time is
good,
left
you
in the
just
video?
don't get that 5th hit of the last attack string. And these Durin Mel teams are like somewhere in between these two.
What's the next chapter?
The 4 and 5s plus
Durin
2
Mel,
and 2s, and
yeah,
a
that's
bit
fine.
worse than the like very
Constellations,
min-max combos
future
with
teams,
very good
Freeze.
execution. But again,
No,
right,
I'm
like
not really-
if Lohan had
well,
been a standard
I've heard
character,
enough.
that would be a 3 limited 5-star character versus 3 limited 5-star character. But he's not. So it's not. Anyways, Durin Melt, it is going to be a...
Good enough. What's Techie got, boys?
I've never seen women this mad. A stay-at-home dad has recently gone viral for staying at home with his kids and, taking care of the house while his wife goes to work. By the way, very respectable career. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. And to be honest, that's a dream job for me. I would love if my wife brought home the bread so I get to stay at home, take care of the kids, and take care of my house. Apparently, he's gone viral because he's going live and talking about how fucking easy it is to be a stay-at-home father. And here's the reality. You might say, oh, that's just so degrading to all the stay-at-home mothers. Listen, I've gone on record multiple times saying how much I appreciate stay-at-home moms. But yes, that career is very easy. You want to know why? Because if you love your husband and if you love your children, that will be easy as fuck. because all you have to do is wake up, take care of yourself and your favorite people in the whole
Hmm.
world, and that's your
Hmm. Very
job
true.
every day. Your
Very true. Very,
boss
very
is the
fulfilling.
person who loves you more than anybody else in the world. Listen, there's for some reason so many people have this desire to have people have pity for them. There's so many people who have this desire to have people feel bad for them. Like they need people to say, oh, their life is so hard. Regardless, you should be very happy waking up and taking care of your family. This life is very easy if you genuinely love your partner and your kids.
Stay at Home Dad Chronicles. If a stay at home mom tries to convince you that her job is hard, no, it isn't. I'm a stay at home dad of 5 children, all 7 years old and under, and my life is a vacation. In addition, my kids are homeschooled, so they're here 24/7. I also do all the man work, all the house and car maintenance, taking out the trash, etc., etc. I'm almost 37 years old, and I've had almost every single job there is. Culinary industry, construction, destruction, white collar, warehouse jobs, delivery jobs. I worked at a poultry plant one time, and my job was to stand there for 10 or 12 hours on an assembly line cutting chicken throats with a poncho on.
I've actually
See,
done
this
that
is
before.
this is what it's all about. It's
Can we?
perspective.
Can I
But-
talk about this for a second? I've actually worked at a plant before. I've actually worked at a plant before. It was a packing plant. I was there for like 6 to 10. It was 8 to 10 months. Actually, I think 8 to 10, almost a full year. Almost a full year at that packing plant. I left because living situation changed, and the floor manager was like, "Hey, if you stay 2 more years, you could have my job." And I was like, "Thank you for the experience, but I don't really see a future for me here." Just because, and I'll be this is gonna sound so bad. A majority of the floor was non-English speaking, and I had some. I took some Spanish in high school, and it was enough for me to communicate on the line with people. We also use different forms of sign language because you have your earbuds in and your helmet on and you've got all your PPE going and the machines are loud and it's not good to you don't want to spend 12 hours of your shift yelling at people in English, yelling at people in Spanish, trying to get people's attention. So the important people were in vests, and I'll say for lack of better the everybody was categorized by hats, and we had a dress code that we had to follow. But your shift lead was most likely in a vest in some kind of orange thing, and the forklift people were in some kind of vest and orange thing. But you were standing on your feet 12 hours a day. It actually wasn't 10 to 12 for me. It was 12 hours a day, three or 4 days a week. I think everybody had rotating weeks, so every third or fourth week you would get 4 days of work instead of three. And you were on 12. So you were on 36, and then you were off. You were off. I can't math right now. Anyway, but you were on for three and you were off for three. So every like a couple weeks or so you got a weekend. Um it wasn't like I'm not gonna sit here and tell you it was the hardest job in the world. It wasn't. It's actually very easy work. The hardest part about jobs like that is it being so mind numbing. Especially once you get very, very efficient with your job, very efficient with your you're very knowledgeable about the equipment, very knowledgeable about like how other people's jobs work, and like where all the departments are and who to communicate with. The work itself was extremely mind numbing, and the fact that they disallowed music on the line um, was honestly like for me personally it was kind of soul crushing because I was just sit there. I was just for me I was stuck sitting there. I was in a darker part of the plant just because the more of the lights were down on the I was in foams, so there were foams and plastics, and I was on the other side of the plant. That the side that I was on also in the summer did not have a working AC unit, and that was very miserable because the foam presses, the machines were gosh, they got up to like 400 for like 400 degrees. They'd have jams whenever the foam wasn't built uh or the foam wasn't threaded correctly, and um you'd have to pull you had to open the cage and pull the foam out of the press, and you could do it while the machine was going. But more the often than not, you'd get the jam through the lift, like the overhang. So you had like an overarching, so it would go through the line, you would go through the mold, and then it would it to cool itself to be packaged. It had this very like swoop, like aerodynamic design to bring the foam up onto the uh up onto the catwalk, the lift, and you had to align the foam with the catwalk and press the button. All of that happened within like the span of 10 seconds, and you had to climb like half a flight of stairs to do that. So it was very it was imperative that you got there before the foam started backing up, because it will get caught in the line. Then you have to stop the line and do it all over again. Of course, it happens to everybody. Sometimes it's not you. Sometimes it's the foam. But when it happens, you do have to stop the line. You got to go through it all over again. It's like, oh, wasting product. Like, oh, this fucking sucks. All that to say, working on your feet 12 hours a day, specifically in like packing or like manufacturing or things like that, it's not necessarily like hard labor. It is just so mind numbing. It is so mind numbing, and like to everyone that has like such a monotonous job, like, I'm so sorry. We should not be working these kinds of jobs anymore. Like, it's my opinion that like people should be working these kinds of jobs. This monotonous, soul sucking environment with no AC, like not necessarily like amazing work conditions, um, like low staffing, things like that. Like, I swear the forklifters were like the best. The forklift operators were the best paid people there. But it was really hard to get in as a forklift operator because you had to have like a license, and then you had to go to school, and there were never any spots open either. The guys had all been there for like 10 to 16 years, and like they didn't plan on leaving because they'd reached their pay cap, you know. So like no forklifters were trying to leave or anything. So they were some of the best paid people there, and they all of them were a delight to work with. But at the same time, there's nowhere for you to go after you hit like your trainee cap. There's nowhere for you to go other than like higher up on the operator ladder, and then if you really wanted to, you could become like a floor manager, where you're literally what you're already doing on your line as a trainee. You're just going and checking all the other lines and making sure that they're doing what they need to be doing. And you're occasionally making a phone call to the other department. Like, you're essentially in a desk like 90% of the time. There were nights where I would see my floor manager like on a line that was like having trouble, but it was few and far in between, probably because he was on the other side of the plant. But like, long story short, those jobs should have been cycled out by robotics. I think 10, maybe 15 years ago. I think it's insane that we have human beings doing such mind-numbing work. Do you guys remember that clip in Charlie and the Chocolate Factory with Johnny Depp in it, where his grandpa? No, maybe I'm thinking maybe I'm thinking of the wrong one. Anyway, there's a Charlie and the Chocolate Factory movie that has like this guy working on toothpaste caps, and he's phased out by a fucking robot. Okay? And then he like I think by the end of the movie, um he's one of the mechanics that fixes the robot. Those are the kinds of jobs that people should be having. We should be fixing the machines that do this monotonous kind of work. We should not be doing this mind numbing monotonous kind of work. But like, no, I don't know where I was going with that. I was saying like, I guess on the contrary, it was like, oh, say being a stay at home like wife or spouse, or like home caretaker, or like even if it's babies, other people, like animals. If it's like if you are an active caretaker of like someone that you love, or like another person's loved one, or like your children, their children, or even just pets. Like, obviously, baby. Obviously,
Speaking of pets.
speaking of pets, speaking of children, hello, baby. That's our fur baby. Uh, that work to an extent can be easy. It has easy days, but I will tell you from experience, being overstimulated, being touched out either by like um loved ones or like fur babies or kids or like people that come over and just want to like hug and kiss your neck, especially as an autistic person. um it can be really difficult to navigate. You can get tired of uh, your own children, believe it or not. I've heard that. I've heard that said to me. I've heard that spoken to me like my whole life. It's like, oh my gosh, go away! I'm so tired of you right now. So like fatigue of your own family is a very real thing. Um, I haven't watched this video yet, so I don't know, but I would assume that he often doesn't experience fatigue, and he's not, touched out by um or overstimulated by certain things, loud noises. He's like he's a typical person. Yes, this job occupation, this career, quote unquote, would be much easier for a neurotypical person, but that's not to say that it isn't difficult some days. Not only are you juggling the mental health and emotional well-being of the things that you're in charge of, whether it's animals or children in those specific cases, or even maybe say you're a caretaker of a loved one that doesn't have much time left. You're going to be stressed out by those things. You're going to be touched out by those things. Like, those things are going to become exhausting, and eventually the day in and day cycle becomes monotonous. And I would argue in some cases it becomes as mind-numbingly monotonous and like numbing as a manufacturing job. So is it easy? In a sense, I would agree here. I would say yes. But everyone's my thing is that, like, my opinion is that everyone's situation is different, and to generalize like that is not, I don't think that's the healthiest outlook to have on what it means to take care of your loved ones and a family. Like, yes, it's easy, but at the same time, like, you can lose yourself in this line of work, just like you can lose yourself working a mind numbing like job at a packing plant for 12 to 16 hours a day, depending on if your shift is covered or not. Like, moms and stay at home moms, dads, spouses, there are no days off. You don't get any days off, especially if there's like a breadwinner, or you guys are on like a single income, or you're even if you're not the breadwinner, even if you're not on like a single income, if you're working part time or you're working full time on top of like coming home, doing dishes, cleaning, making dinner, making sure everybody else is ready, like, you run out of time to like prioritize yourself. I've also been in that situation. Um, Anyway, I'll stop yapping. Let's get back to the video.
The problem is everybody wants people to say, "Oh my God, my life is so hard," and they want people to say, "Oh my God, I don't know how you do it." That is so admirable, bro. There is nothing wrong with having an easy life. And here's the other truth: men want their wife to say how easy and how blessed their life is. You don't need to compete with these other people who complain and bitch and moan, and that's their entire personality. And that's
Yeah,
why
that's true.
wifing up a woman who has never experienced any real struggle in their life is so dangerous, because they have nothing to compare their life to.
Yeah,
Yes,
that's
being a
that's very
stay-at-home
dangerous.
mom is a
That
lot
that could be a
harder
very toxic
than living with
situation.
mommy and daddy who support you and do everything for you. But I assure you, it is a hell of
Can
a
we
lot
pause here?
easier than any other.
I think getting with someone who doesn't understand the value of hard work is probably one of the worst things that you can do. So someone that hasn't had to live on their own, someone that hasn't had to deal with financial struggles of either supporting their family or supporting themselves, someone that doesn't how do I say this? Someone that doesn't understand the value of money, or the value of time, as in, they don't respect their money, they don't respect other people's money, they don't respect other people's time, they don't respect their own time. One of the worst kinds of people that I think that you can be in a relationship, even uh, what's the word? There's a word. I forgot the word. Hold on, my brain is doing dumb. Uh, what's the word? It's not coming to me. Anyway, even oh gosh, it's right there. I guess entertaining. It's not, the word's not entertaining, but even entertaining a kind of relationship with this person is it's probably one of the best decisions. Sorry, excuse me. One of the worst decisions you can make, probably for your life. You'll end up overworked, underappreciated, just absolutely exhausted, burnt out by the end of the relationship. You'll want nothing. You'll want nothing to do with them. Every little thing will about them will irritate you and annoy you, and by the end of it, you'll be financially drained. You'll be broke. You'll have nothing to your name. It's one of the worst decisions you can make, and I can't imagine how awful and it would be to be the man in that scenario. I can't imagine I can't imagine marrying a woman that has absolutely no respect for your time or your money or her time or her money, and at the end of the relationship you are just stuck with this absolute child that does not understand, like, or care how much they ruined your life or like your financial future. That just sounds, it sounds utterly miserable, utterly disgusting. It sounds awful. All right, we're gonna get back to it.
Job on the planet. And you know what? That is absolutely a-okay.
Mm.
And more people should be happy that they get to talk about how hard their life is instead of trying to be in a misery competition with all of these retarded ass lesbians on the internet.
Any idea
Yeah.
how boring that is? Compared to every single one of these jobs, my life now is a vacation.
Absolutely. And it's the same thing with me. You will never catch me complaining about how hard streaming is. Don't get me wrong. There's difficulties. Sure.
Yeah,
But
I'm very
I would
fortunate to be in the
probably
position
kill
that I'm in.
myself
I
if I
would
had to
never,
go and be a
I would
construction
never,
worker every day.
never
Or I
complain.
would
Let me
probably be
complain about
fucking
like
miserable if I had to
living
be deployed down
situation,
to
just
Afghanistan
because
fighting for our country
everybody wants
because
to
I'd rather
have a
be at home
better
with my
like
wife and my
place
kids.
to
You
live.
know, like
But
you get to be around
my current
all of your favorite people every
situation,
day
like
and make sure
a
they have
specifically
happy
place,
lives.
not like
How can
conditions or anything.
anybody
But
complain
my
about
current
this?
situation,
And the reason why
I'm
they
very
can complain
blessed to
about
have
this is
someone that
because
wants to
other fucking
be in my
retarded ass
life and
feminists have
support me and
conditioned
work hard
people
and
into
take care of
thinking
me
that
and
cooking
doesn't
and
want to work
cleaning
and
the house and taking care
wants
of
me to
your
have nice
kids
things
is
and
actually fucking the hardest job
have
ever.
me here
No, it's
at
not.
home.
And that's
Very,
okay
very
that it's not.
fortunate. Very
It is
fortunate.
okay that it's not.
I have a list of things I want to get done that day, and besides that, I get to do whatever the fuck I want. I don't
Yep.
understand how some of these women have 1, 2, maybe 3 kids, who more often than not have been gone at public school most of the day, chuck their kids like they're cornhole bean bags at their overworked husbands as soon as they walk in the door, or tell them to do shit around the house. What the fuck have you been doing all day, bro? Some men like to do all that when they come home, and that's cool, but you gotta understand when you're being taken advantage of. Then on
Facts.
top of that, they won't even let them crack most of the time.
That's a little base.
And that right there is just plain unacceptable.
Dude, I've been saying this for so long. Relationships are so fucking ridiculous these days because all of the expectations on the men, because men have been conditioned to think that you are not to expect anything from your wife. Like, I cannot tell you how many viewers come to me and say that they feel uncomfortable being sexual with their own wife or with their own girlfriend. Meanwhile, they are supporting them. They are allowing them to live there for free. They pay all the bills. They do all of the cooking. They do all the cleaning. And all their girlfriend or wife does is sit on their ass and watch Netflix. It's
That's
insane
crazy.
how women can expect
That's crazy.
6
I can't
figures,
imagine.
6 foot, 6 inches from their man. But a
I
man
can't
can't
imagine.
expect some sex when he gets home.
I can't imagine being in that situation. I really can't, especially as a man. I really can't. I really can't. There's got to be some form of like compromise or reciprocation in the relationship as far as responsibilities go. It's not, that's not healthy. That's just not healthy. That kind of makes me sick. That kind of makes me sick. So they're working for you, they're providing for you. They come home and they provide for you some more. And then like there's no intimacy, whether it's emotional or physical in the household. That's awful. And on top of that, there's no reciprocation of responsibilities, or there's no equal exchange of responsibilities. Like men work all day, come home, want meal. Yes, simple, simple. Yes, men work all day, come home, want clean house, want food, maybe maybe fun, maybe adult fun good in marriage. Yes, men very simple. Men work, men want clean home, men want sandwich. Man simple, man nice. Woman sit on couch, watch Netflix only. I can't imagine being in that relationship. I can't imagine being in that relationship, and then having the audacity to go online and complain about it. That was such a trend. You had all these wives ripping their husbands open, like just absolutely eviscerating their husbands online, uh, for their quirks or like their hobbies or their habits or things that they didn't want to do. When you're a full time content creator on the internet, you're making six figures off of slandering your spouse, and that's abuse. You're being abusive. You're actually not providing for your family at that point. You're only thinking of yourself, and what you're doing is rude and wrong, and you're a narcissist. And they want to sit back and what's it called? They would sit back and renege. They would shift goalposts or defend their husband after. Like, no wonder the internet got so tired of that. It's the hate is so performative. Some of the hate is so performative on men, especially married men, especially married men. I'm not going to generalize and say all women, and I'm not going to generalize and say all men, but most women, okay, and in some situations, most men, most men, most men want work, clean house, and sandwich and sex. That's most men. Most women, don't let the leftists hear this. Most women want kid, want protect, want protection, want home, want sex. Most women and most men. These TikTok women that you see on they're not real women. They're lizard people. They've been replaced. They've been replaced by aliens that want to eviscerate their husbands online. Absolutely insane. Absolutely ridiculous. If you have a Netflix wife, get out. Get help. Run away. Run away. I can't imagine being in a situation like that. Run away. Run away. There are resources, there are helplines, there are support groups. If you have a Netflix wife, run away. Run away. Okay, we're getting back to it.
After a long day, I have a genuine question to anybody out there. Why the fuck are you with somebody that you don't want to have sex with?
Exactly.
There are so many videos
Why?
on the internet of women who just complain about having to have sex with their husband.
Oh my
Look,
gosh.
if you
Not
don't
pre-watch,
wanna
by
be
the way.
sexual
Not
with your
pre-watch.
partner, then don't date them. Don't be with them.
Just get
It's
out of the
okay
relationship.
if
Just
you
leave.
don't
If
wanna
you if
do
you
it
don't want to be with
every
them,
now and
just
then 'cause you're
leave.
not in the mood. But if you never want to your husband, why are you dating them?
That's a problem.
Why are you with someone who never wants to you? What is the point? I understand a dry spell. Maybe go a week, 2, 3 weeks, maybe even a month without sex. But forever?
Forever is
That
crazy.
ain't a girlfriend. That ain't a wife. That's a gold digger, bro. I'm sorry. You're being taken advantage of.
Yeah,
Straight
that's an
up.
accessory.
Like,
A very
absolutely.
expensive
Get the
accessory.
fuck out of there. Guys, I'm going to give a hot take. You should want to have sex with your partner.
Yeah,
You should not be with someone you don't want to have sex with.
No.
You shouldn't. And for some reason, the sexless relationship epidemic is overtaking modern society. And I think that's fucking retarded.
It is.
Hold on real quick. I want you guys to listen to something.
Oh, it's crispy. Oh, it's so crispy. Ooh, it's
If
crispy.
your turkey doesn't sound like that or it's not this juicy, you didn't do it right.
Yep.
Ladies, just streamline your day and do your job. Leave that man alone and let him crack. It's that easy. No need to overcomplicate things. Hurry and
Beast.
get me to 50K before my balls start clacking against my ankles.
Bro, this guy
Bro.
is the fucking man.
Unironically
The problem
based.
is that so many people just want to be able to bitch about their life. So the
You can't do
hallucinating
that.
issues
That's not
aren't
living.
even there.
That's
And
not
it's
living.
a shame. Good on
Yeah,
this
you
guy
you
for
can't get
telling
one
it how
guide
it is. And I've been saying
in
this
life.
shit for years.
That's
But
crazy.
it's nice to actually have somebody out there living this shit who's already had a hard life. And everybody knows this is the truth, but you're not allowed to say it because then your wife or your girlfriend's gonna fucking yell at you.
Yeah.
You know? It's fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, that's absolutely crazy. Can we cancel this right here? I don't want this to autoplay. That's absolutely crazy. Absolutely crazy that guy is getting blasted on the internet for being absolutely based. Absolutely based. If you don't respect the time and money that your husband or that your wife puts in to take care of you, you shouldn't be in a relationship. You just shouldn't be in a relationship. And if you're going to slander your loved one online for any reason whatsoever, you shouldn't be in a relationship. You shouldn't be in a relationship. Normal household system, good actually, actually good. And
Put
he's
my finger on
he's not he's not wrong about it being a pretty laid back career choice or occupation. Compared to the occupations that I've had, I've also worked at a packing plant. I I've worked in a bakery. I've worked I've worked in multiple medical facilities. Um, this is one of the most I'll say emotionally taxing jobs, but it's also one of the most emotionally fulfilling jobs I think anyone can ever have. Taking care of the things that they love, taking care of the place they live, taking care of the people that in turn take care of them. Respecting your loved ones, respecting the people in your life, respecting your partner in the relationship. It's actually an amazing situation to be in. Actually, an amazing outcome. If you really think about it, he's so based. He's so based. If you can't respect other people's time and money, just don't date. Just don't date. And if you're going to get mad about people online, specifically this guy online, saying that your job is easy, uh, you're probably doing something wrong. You know, you probably got to check yourself. There's probably something internally that you need to work through because as someone that's in the occupation, it is one of the easiest occupations to be in. Especially if you love the people around you, especially if you care about your spouse, especially if you're not a lizard person and like to eviscerate your husbands on the internet, especially if you're an actual human being without an OnlyFans. Um, you know, it's I think it reached its intended audience. You know, it reached all of the wives and girlfriends that are actually lizard people. it reached it reached its target audience, like unironically based. And everybody has hard days. You know, mental health does play a big role in a lot of and it's, specifically for me, it plays a role in like work efficiency. So I have days here where it's 12-hour days, um, doing laundry, doing clothes, doing well, laundry and clothes are the same thing. Doing laundry, doing clothes, doing cleaning, doing dishes, taking care of our precious baby vessel, taking care of myself, making sure everything is set up for tomorrow, entertaining people. Some days I have 12-hour days, sometimes I have 16-hour days. Other days I get everything done in it is one of the most fulfilling things on the planet to just know that I am loved, and I'm able to love the other people around me so thoroughly. Unironically based video. I like the video. It's a very good video. It's a good video. We love the video. Moving on. We're gonna look through these videos here.
Off the pulse here, and as far as it goes with the quartering,
We're just gonna ping through really quick. I save that for later. Maybe that one too. Maybe we have to restart that. I guess that was going while we were asleep. We'll watch this.
Has been one of my comfort games for many years. I started officially playing this game on October 11th of 2020 when a friend of mine at the time recommended it to me. Moral of the story, it's been a long time, and throughout my time playing, I have been very vocal about how much I enjoy the game and often shared my excitement for what's to come in the future. How is the lore being expanded? What new characters are being introduced? What's the new region like? There was always a genuine curiosity as to what path this game is going to take and how it's going to look like in the future. Snezhnaya has just been teased in the Lunar 7 special program, and it's honestly unreal how far we've come in this game. And yet, with all that being announced, why do I feel less excitement than ever before? This has been hinted as the Genshin endgame region since the game's launch, and yet something just doesn't feel quite right. Instead of getting excited for finally being able to meet the Tsaritsa or exploring the new gorgeous landscapes, I'm overwhelmed
about the outcome
by
of the
a
current
sense
game.
of dread of being let down once again. Now, let me preface this video by saying,
just
I by
absolute
no means
utter
want to
disappointment.
start any drama. I am not a drama creator. Just because I am criticizing Genshin's decisions and patches doesn't mean I want to hear how XYZ game is better in the comments.
We are here for the drama. We are here for the drama slop. Genshin needs to get their shit together. Needs to get their shit together. The game is in a terrible state. It's awful. It's awful. The reward state is awful. The grind is awful. The end game is awful. The rewards awful. The event quality awful. The daily system awful. The only thing that they've managed to nail, I think, in the past like 24 months has been, no, I take it back. In the past, was it ever in a good state? I thought the whole point was that it was slop. That is a very hot take. I personally don't think Genshin was always slop. I don't always think that Genshin was like solely gacha slop. I think over time, as the devs have seen that they can get away with pretty much everything, it has turned into slop. I don't think Genshin has been slop for a long time. I think it's maybe been slop for like the past 2 years. For the past 2 years, the game's been in a really awful state as far as maintenance goes. And by that, I mean there are less and less rewards. There's less payoff for players. Like you don't get a lot of satisfaction out of playing the game anymore. All of the end game is really shielded towards new characters. Free to play rewards are decreasing every single patch. It's just not an amazing experience. And I will be the first person to say that I am only still playing this game after Fontaine because I've invested too much time into my account to not play on it anymore. I've never played just based on what I've heard from friends who play, so I don't really know much. If you've heard the opinions of your friends, you've pretty much heard the resounding opinion that's on the internet, especially right now at this very moment. The opinion is that it is it's very sloppy. It is very gacha sloppy. It does not feel good to play like this what's the name? Zoshin? Like or Ocean? I think it's Ocean. Like Ocean said previously, it's one of the worst states it's ever been in. We're supposed to be spearheading into one of the most hyped regions for the last 6 years, and I and much of the player base just have an overwhelming, impending sense of dread that all like streamlined in with Natlan, probably about like 2 years ago now. Natlan brought power creep so disgusting that it changed the game forever. It was the first time they had run a standard 5-star limited character and their support at the same time, It was one of the most generous regions, but it was also one of the most predatory. Some of the worst mechanics in the entire game, traversally. Um, and like I guess like the nations have passives. Natlan's nation passive was also just an absolute headache to operate. Also, thank you for joining stream, Kraka. Very good to have you. Very good to see you. Hope life's been treating you well, man. Yes, we are covering the gacha slop, mess, pig pit, pig sty, just absolute disgusting heap of shite that is Genshin right now. That is what we are covering. Let's get back to the video. Oh my goodness.
Absolutely hate when gacha game communities constantly belittle one another to see who's the superior gacha game on the market. Do
Yes,
people
gacha
realize how
tribalism
ridiculous
is
that
awful.
sounds in the first place? Like, imagine explaining that to a normal person. There's a clear difference
can't.
between
You
offering
can't.
constructive
You
criticism
have to
and just
be in
being
it
straight toxic.
to understand.
Me personally, though, I play my gacha games with a lollipop and propeller hat full of joy and whimsy in my heart. But regardless, if you are to comment on this video, which you're
Ocean
always
is
welcome
casual,
to, I don't
confirmed.
want to stop you. I would like to hear your opinions on this situation. I want to see how my fellow gacha players feel about this upcoming patch or the future plans teased. I also want to state from this moment forward, my cortisol levels will be spiking, so I apologize on my future niece's behalf. So let us continue.
No,
The reason as to why
not
I'm
the
making this
cortisol.
video in the first place was I honestly needed to share my opinions after having the great pleasure of watching the Lunar 7 special program. If you know nothing about Genshin, the standard patch
Okay, we need to
lasts
pause.
around 6 weeks or
We need
to
to pause.
42.
This deserves a pause. This is one of the worst live streams Genshin has ever aired in the history of its lifetime. One of the worst live streams. 60 pulls. 60 pulls total for free to play. That is nothing. That is nothing. I rumored, and this is just speculations. These are the allegations. Lil Hen was rumored to be a 5-star limited character. After seeing the amount of love and attention that the character got amongst China and NA, the character was moved to limited banner. And this is just speculation. Allegedly. We don't know if leakers are right, but that is the vast majority of the player base's opinion right now. The same player base that is on fire, screaming at the top of their lungs, saying like this is going to be one of the worst patches we have had, despite the upcoming story quests that we have been waiting on for 3 years. By the way, 3 years. It's taken us 3 years to go back to Sumeru, which was one of the best regions in the game, story wise, in my opinion. It was very, very good. The first time the writing was actually worth sitting through, in my opinion. Outside of the R&R quest, one of the worst world quests ever. But there's got to be a trade off, right? For an actual good storytelling, you have to have one of the worst world quests ever. Apparently, Hoyovish just loves to make us suffer. Yeah, one of the worst looking patches for a long time. One of the smallest reward total patches in a long time. I think last patch we got like 70 pulls, which was something. But this is the amount of neglect towards your free to play player base, or even your dolphin player base, which I claim to be. I'm a small dolphin. I spend about $5 on Welcome every other month, just because I log in enough to grind the battle pass, and see enough incentive to actually purchase it. It is insane. Just know the amount of rewards are absolutely insane. The amount that we're getting, the compensation is just disgusting, and it's a disgusting slap in the face for players that have been playing since 2020, players that have poured their time and money into the game for 6 years to get to this upcoming region, and you can't even be bothered to compensate them fairly for one of the most hyped regions in the game's lifetime. These upcoming patches are giving no rewards. These upcoming characters are very biased towards people with wallets. Wallets that can open. And the what else can I say? It's very, the disappointment is very reminiscent of um Natlan power creep, and it's very reminiscent of the wave of dread that crossed most free to play spaces amongst the Honkai Star Rail community when we saw Casterus. Casterus' global passive gives characters, any character, a global revive. She does not have to be in your team. So you just have to pull the character, and your characters can play endgame and get revived by Casterus. It is disgusting. Should not be in the game at all. I stopped playing. I actually deleted my account. But that's the same amount of like impending dread slash doom posting that is felt right now in the community. That is absolutely going on. Let's get back to the video. Rant over.
2 days, so a little over a month. In that time frame, you're
Sounds like a
telling me that
balanced
as a
character.
free-to-play,
Well,
meaning you spend
base.
no money on the game, we are only getting 60 pulls. I can't even make a joke about that anymore as much as I
No.
want to, because the reality of the situation is just beyond depressing. That amount of
It's
pulls doesn't
so
even
sad.
guarantee you
It's
one
sickening.
character.
It is a
In this
slap in the
same patch,
face.
mind you, we are getting 2 characters people have been looking forward to, me included, that being Nicole, our first playable Hexen Zirkel character, and Lowen, which, I mean, he's pretty cool, I guess. And we are getting reruns of other extremely popular characters, such as Durin's first official rerun, and Miss Washer's Spin Cycle 100k DPS Mvuika. Just as a reminder, by the way, 60 wishes for this whole patch. Is this not absolutely ludicrous? For reference, I have been a free-to-play player for many years.
That includes
and
logging
can
in.
say
That
to
includes dailies,
guarantee
I believe.
my
You're only
lovely
getting
sweet
60
C6
pulls.
R1 Columbina, but looking at these
For
numbers
42
now
days
makes
of
me
logins.
wonder how much longer it would take for a new free-to-play player to even C6 a character anymore. So after watching the special program and
Jeff, I'm
coming to the
yelling.
realization of
Way too
how
loud.
beyond awful the rewards are for this patch, out of curiosity, I wanted to compare the 6.6 amount to other patches we've had in the past. So in order to do that, I made an Excel sheet. Yes, it is getting serious. And after
Oh, no.
making this Excel sheet, it has become a lot more obvious how abhorrently we've been treated as a player base, and even I am in shock as to how I didn't notice this as a free-to-play player. I will say in my defense, I barely pulled for characters in the first place.
I noticed it
so
last
that
patch.
may be why I struggled to
I
see
noticed
past this
immediately. I
fail.
was like,
so if we have a
this
look here,
region
I
is
organized the sheet in a way
awful.
where I hope it's easy for
This
you guys
is
to
disgusting.
understand. The
If
wish
I'd been
count
playing
for
during
each
Legend
patch
Right,
is
I'd probably
merely
be
an
better off.
estimate, so forgive me if I'm
But it
1
has
to
been
5, maybe 10
terrible.
wishes off, but I think
I
even
immediately,
that amount
this
doesn't
feels
save the
stingy.
actual
Something felt
total we
off.
get in game. If
I
you
was
look
able
at
to
the amount
tell
of numbers
immediately,
before us,
just
you
based
will
off of
notice
exploration.
very
Absolutely
quickly that
insane.
60 wishes isn't even the lowest we've gotten. That would
No.
actually be 53. Now
Yep.
keep in mind, the number of wishes you're seeing per patch is also taking into account that you, the player, log in every day
Yes,
and clear
it
the
includes
designated
logins.
content provided. So if you, like me, are an inconsistent player and
If
don't
you
log
log in
every
for
single
42
day
days
because you
straight
have other things to focus on
with
in your
events,
life, like every other
with other
normal person,
logins,
you will be
login
getting
events,
even less. So for example, for patch 5.7, we were
you are
getting
getting
an
60
estimated
pulls.
amount of 57 pulls. 16 of those pulls, or 2,520 gems, are from you logging in every day and doing your dailies. That leaves 41 pulls from actual events and other endgame content.
And
that
endgame.
means you get 41 wishes to try to guarantee a character. And honestly, at that point, forget the weapon
That's
banner even
nothing.
exists. For
That's
your
nothing.
sake. Because for every single one of these patches, you have to keep in mind that that is the absolute most that you can get. That is if you clear all the endgame, you consistently log on every single day, you do all the events. If you miss any of those, you are probably cutting that total by a significant amount. Let that all sink in. As I stated earlier, as much as I do not like games being compared to one another because usually it just breeds unnecessary toxicity, I have to bring up exactly how many rewards another Hoyo gacha game is receiving per patch for us to understand the sheer difference in numbers. The subject of this comparison
Star
will be
Rail?
Zenless Zone Zero, which is
Oh,
a
it's
newer
easy.
gacha game
Okay.
on the market. It's around 2 years old. The reason as to why I chose this game is because A, it's from the same company, B,
Yep,
it has the
same
same
company.
length and number of patches, and C, a similar amount of characters released per patch. Since we've only had 2 seasons so far in Zenless, almost 3, and usually the first season is very generous to entice new players to try out the new game, I'll be focusing on patches 2.0 to 2.8 and comparing it to Natlan, which I considered before making this Excel to be one of the most generous regions to date in Genshin. So as a reminder, here was the total for the entire region of just Natlan. Doesn't seem
Natlan
too
was
bad,
very
right?
generous.
Almost 700 wishes, and I mean, if we compared it to the other stuff that we were seeing, it's a pretty nice sum. Now let's have a look at Zenless. Yeah, almost 960.
Crazy.
You are seeing that correctly. Do not ask me how I'm doing right now because I
Those
will look
kinds of
at you like
numbers
this.
from
Now,
this company
unfortunately, as bad as the Primo
is
Gem
insane.
situation is, that is sadly only one of the problems that I see in modern day Genshin. Again, let me say this one more time because I know there will be people that will
Genshin
defend the
specifically,
multi-billion-dollar
they're
company of their
so
life. I am a
stingy.
huge fan of
They
Genshin.
they have
Okay, I own
abandoned their player
merchandise
base.
and
It's
art books,
insane.
and I've been a D1 defender with a sense of reasoning, of course, and this is not coming from a place of hate. I think constructive criticism is a healthy way to let companies know what they can improve on for max player retention. I
Let's
want
pause
what's
here.
the absolute best for this game, and it pains me.
The problem with constructive criticism within inside the Genshin community is that it was so shut down early on, and it has been shut down for so long that people are not allowed to have adverse opinions in the community spaces. Like you check Hoyo Lab, you check the website, you check Reddit. People have been choked out for so long for expecting a multi-billion-dollar company to cater to its player base. It's been 6 years. It's been 6 years. The Google Classroom drama for what was it? For Sumeru's anniversary, the 3 pulls for 3 years thing. I believe that's what started the Google Classroom drama. People were 1-star review bombing Genshin as well as Google Classroom to get the devs' attention, because they weren't being fairly compensated. Getting 3 pulls for 3 years of investment in the game on its anniversary patch, especially a gacha game, is unheard of. So obviously the community took to the streets. They splattered the walls of Reddit and Google Classroom with red paint. You know, they wanted the devs' blood. The community went for blood. It didn't quite work. It didn't quite work because the community had already built up this insanely biased, like toxic positivity, like take on the game itself. There were no adverse opinions allowed. You weren't allowed to express yourself. You weren't allowed to be sad about the things that were happening. You weren't allowed to have a controversial opinion about the game or a character's kit or a standard 5-star weapon. Like you weren't allowed to talk about anything. And now here we are, 6 years later, eating shit as the player base because other people, other shills, other Hoyo shills wanted to sit on their asses for 6 years and tell people, stop bullying my multi-billion-dollar company. Stop expecting things from my multi-billion-dollar company. Like we don't want a skip button. We don't want quality of life. Like Genshin is perfect the way it is because these people have to justify spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on a game for over the span of 6 years. This is how they justify it to themselves. Absolutely insane behavior, and this is the kind of things that it caters towards. Playing a game for 6 years, playing a game for 5 years, high investment, high investment, high amount of time and money spent, and the stories are, some of it is 12-hour slop with no skip button. You have to sit through, and you have to sit through them now, even longer. Uh, Maybe that's what they added, like a special story mode. I think Genshin added it before Wuthering Waves did. Either way, you're forced to sit through like 8 hours of expositional like writers stroking their fucking dicks, uh, because they just have to. They can't help themselves. Oh, I'm in a multi-billion-dollar company and I'm gonna stroke my dick for a bit because that's what I get paid to do. And these people are allowed to stroke their dicks and write bad stories and not have skip buttons because the player base is too stupid. The player base is too stupid to notice. You're too stupid to understand that they're feeding you shit and they've been feeding you shit for 5 years. Absolutely insane. Seems like they have the COD mindset now. Lol. Less of how can I benefit the community, and now how can I milk the high payers in the community. That is exactly what is happening. This game stopped being free to play friendly. I want to say probably about 10 months ago. Probably 8 to 10 months ago. This game does not respect its free to play player base anymore. It does not cater to free to play players, or yes, I just read that, or small spenders. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. They've absolutely abandoned probably a large majority of their community. I won't say a third. I'll probably say like a fifth, maybe a fourth. Anyway, they probably abandoned a quarter of their community in sakes of catering to the part that justifies shit eating from the devs because they spent thousands of dollars on the game and they can't stand anyone to talk badly about their multi-billion-dollar company. All of this quality of life, by the way, all of the quality of life that we've received, all of the good quote unquote changes that we've received as far as like exploration and streamlining goes, all of the good game modes that we've gotten in the game have been because of Crow games. Have been because of Crow games. Competition is good, actually. Competition within a gacha space, within an entertainment space, within a gaming space is good, actually. It's actually good. But no, so many of these whales, so many of these mentally ill people online. I myself am one of them. I play Genshin. To be a Genshin player, you have to be mentally ill. So as a member of the community, a majority of my fellow people would rather eat shit because they spent thousands of dollars in the video game than accept the reality that the game is in the gutter. The writing is in the gutter. The events are in the gutter. But no, let me stay toxically positive online and happily eat the slop I get from a multi-billion-dollar company. All right, moving on. As a Tarkov player, I can share the same sentiment. I have never played Tarkov, but if you are dealing with even a fraction of a percentile of what we are dealing with currently in the community of Genshin, as far as the 6.6 Doom posting goes, I feel for you, and I am so sorry. I am so sorry.
To see the slide this game is going down on. I also really quickly want to add, I will not be talking about Malashtra Wonderland, if I'm even saying
worst
that right, because
game
I
mode
feel like there's
ever.
a lot in the
It's
air about
so
that
bad.
mode. And me
It's
personally,
shit.
I can just
It's
tell
not
it's
even
no.
worth mentioning.
I understand
Just pretend it
takes up
doesn't
a lot of
exist.
storage for some people, and it is very annoying to see that red exclamation point, but I also just don't think it's the main reason as to why Genshin has been having a downfall. Since people speak loudest with their wallets, I personally believe the Genshin team sees how well it's doing in revenue with the little amount of wishes it gives out, and it just continues to repeat that pattern, and the Excel shows that. So I'm sorry if that disappoints you. I also want to add really quick, I saw a tweet and it was generally the funniest thing ever, and I want you guys to see it too, so I'm just gonna put it right here. One day Genshin will release a patch with 0 polls and tell its players to imagine it, and they'll be like, I see it, my god, I see it. Isn't that so funny? I'm sorry if it wasn't, but I thought it was hilarious. So I'm putting it in here. Anywho, my second biggest complaint is the quality of life in events. You're telling me I've been playing on and off for almost 6 years, and there still isn't a skip button for anything. No skip for
button.
events, small world
Nope.
quests, big world quests, Archon quests,
Can we pause here?
anything. I struggle to understand
There is a skip button in in-game cutscenes, and that is it. There is a skip button for overworld weekly bosses, and that is it. So you can skip the cutscenes from previous story patches because all of the current overworld bosses have been in previous story patches. They have, as developers, the resources to patch in certain parts of story and have a permanent skip button in the game. They have that tech in the game already. So not only do you have a canon portion of the story within the game that people can play as weeklies, you have a skip button itself for the cutscene. And then you have a skip button in endgame content. So you don't have to play, guess what? A cutscene. There are skip buttons in the game. The availability is there. And you will not put it in for sake of player retention. Disgusting. Disgusting behavior. Tell me you're jerking off in a chair to your stockholders without telling me as devs you are tied to a chair jerking off, being jerked off by your stockholders. Meanwhile, you're pissing and shitting all over your player base. Insane, disgusting behavior. Absolutely disgusting. I don't know how the player base stood for this for so long. Actually, I recant that statement. We know exactly how. They spent hundreds of thousands of dollars in the game. And the only way they can justify spending that amount of money in a game over the course of 6 years is to make everybody eat shit for it. with toxic positivity. Don't hurt my multi-billion-dollar company. Absolutely insane. Okay, moving on. 1 second. Here we
what
go.
the issue
Thank
is
you.
and why Genshin is so hesitant on adding one to their game. Keep this in mind. I am a lore enjoyer.
Because
The
player
amount of times
retention
I've
would
spent learning
plummet
the ins and outs of
immediately.
this game's story out of my own will surprises even
It would
me
plummet by
sometimes.
90%.
However, as a college student working a job, on top of that editing and recording videos, where on God's green earth do I have time to sit for 30 plus hours to finish a region's whole quest line? This
You
isn't
don't.
even including events, world quests, exploration. This is just the Archon quest. I fear this is no longer the pandemic. We don't have an infinite amount of time to spend clicking through the dialogue and reading every single line anymore. Also,
No.
not every player cares about the lore. Some people play purely for exploration, some for the character design. Why do they have to be forced to sit through hundreds of hours of story they do not care about? Fine, you can argue they don't want people missing out on the main story. Cool, then why not add it to events or world quests that can also take hours to complete and sometimes have absolutely nothing to do with the lore in the first place? It genuinely baffles me what that reason could possibly even be. And speaking about events, my biggest issue with that is the lack of rerunning older ones. If you didn't play towards a specific patch and completed the ongoing event, not only did you
Not rerunning events is one of the worst things, one of the worst decisions ever made, I think, for Genshin. Not rerunning events. Do you know how many people that weren't here in 1.0 that would absolutely love to see Albedo? Would absolutely adore to like get to know Barbara, especially as people that are starting like this year, like in 2026. Like, can you imagine? Can you imagine all of the how much more player retention you would have if you would keep these events in the game as permanent playable events, so people can read what they want, actually enjoy the game, and then skip what they want. Like, imagine making a game for your players to have fun in. Imagine making a game fun. This game is not fun anymore. It is a chore. It is an investment. So many people there are so many people, myself included, that only play this game because of the amount of time they have invested in the game. It's absolutely miserable. It's a miserable grind. Miserable grind. Artifact RNG is terrible, and the quality of life that they put on it, which was showing the fourth stat, you don't have to waste time on rolling a fourth echo stat, was okay. It's not what we needed. There are still no artifact loadouts in the game. There's an auto equip feature, but that should have been in the game since 1.0. All of the quality of life that they're adding now should have been in the game 4 years ago, maybe even 5 years ago. They're adding it so late. It's redundant. They're making some of the most retarded decisions that I've ever seen devs make, and they just keep getting away with it because, again, they're being jerked off in a chair by their stockholders until they piss. It's actually insane. Okay, moving on.
you miss out on a weapon that you will never see again, but also you'll miss out on critical lore for characters or even the main story itself. The only way you can even find this information is if you spend the time to find someone on a platform who recorded their playthrough doing the event, or through a wiki page explaining what happened. Why? How bad would it hurt to rerun an old event? You're not even creating anything new, you're just reusing old content that people want. Multiple gacha games from Hoyo's Pocket have the option to play past events. Sure, you miss out on rewards because you only get half from the original event, but you still get the items you originally missed out on. We do not want a 10th camera event that makes you take photos of random locations and get spit worth of primos as a reward. It's insane. On top of that, the recent rewards for the events have been weapon skins. Not even weapons. Skins. Not character skins. Weapon skins. So not only do they refuse to rerun old events for God knows what reason, they're stripping us from what little we got from the events in the first place and giving us a half-baked weapon skin. And don't
They're recycling
even
assets.
get me started on the resin in this game. It is
And calling it a
my
reward.
biggest problem with Genshin.
Insane.
How does every major game that you sell currently have a resin cap system, but Genshin, for some odd reason, does not
not.
have one. You are
Does not
telling
have
me
one.
you release new units, new materials, new weapons, new artifact sets, and you expect me to get all of that with 200 resin daily. If you don't consistently play and farm up these materials / artifacts beforehand, you are screwed. You have barely any resources to catch up. And let me add, it used to be 120 when this game first came out. They increased it to 160 resin, and then they so generously decided, hey guys, maybe 160 isn't enough for the amount of characters that we have in this game. Let's increase that amount by 40. So now you get 200 resin every day. That is it. Nothing
You have 20
more.
left
Oh,
over,
you
by the
wanted it
way.
to stack over? You wanted it to pile up while you were gone? We can't
After
do
you
that.
condense,
I'm
you have
sorry.
20
Here's
left over.
20 primo gems as an apology. Let me add, this is also over almost 6 years. So for almost 6 years, we just don't have any sort of resin. It's so bad.
Nope.
And since my cortisol levels are already this high, let's talk about exploration, which is another big passion of mine in this game.
So
Why are the
painful.
new maps so small? It makes me so miserable. They are so small and so easy to complete. The puzzles, sure, sometimes they're actually cool, sometimes they're enjoyable, but this is nothing like Inazuma.
The new
miss
regions
Inazuma
are
puzzles
stingy.
with all of my heart. I was an Inazuma D1 defender in terms of its exploration. I think it was probably some of the best exploration we've had because it was challenging and actually time consuming, and it felt
Yep.
rewarding to a degree. Okay,
Inazuma felt
primos are a
different.
problem in Genshin, we know this, okay? But for me personally, I thought it was rewarding because when I solve a puzzle, my dopamine goes up, okay? Give me more Natlan exploration. Give me massive
Ew.
Sumeru again. I need massive Sumeru. I don't care. Give me another desert expansion. Give me
Ugh.
2 more. I want my belly to
Okay.
be full. I want
Those are hot
challenge
takes.
sometimes. I want more land to
Disagree.
look over.
Hard
I don't
pass.
want these tiny expansions that we've been receiving, okay? I want Shniznaya to be the size of 2 Sumeru deserts with Sumeru combined, okay?
Can we pause?
I need this to be lore accurate size.
I will say this: if Snezhnaya is not half the size, or at least the size of Sumeru, I think so many people are going to quit the game. I think people will actually quit the game after how upsetting this live stream was, and after how upsetting the rewards and the previous regions have been. As far as like how upsetting power creep has been, and like the new character mechanics have been, like just player experience in general. I think if Snezhnaya is not either half as big as Fontaine or Sumeru, I think we will see a lot of people quit the game, which is so unfortunate because so many people have been waiting for this kind of endgame for so long. And I think that's what leaves the worst taste in the mouth of the Genshin player base right now, is that there's no kind of reward for the amount of delayed gratification that we've been put through. There's no hit of dopamine, there's no sense of accomplishment. Maybe people will be okay with like the free skin that they got, that apparently Traveler is getting. But do not be surprised if it is paid. Don't be surprised. Don't be surprised if they put a price tag on it. Don't be surprised if they gate it behind like 100 hours of world exploration or something like that. Do not be surprised. Do not be surprised if we do not get it for free. Nodcry's outfit, I think, was a one-time thing. I don't think it's going to be. I don't think they're going to make this habit of giving away an outfit for free after finishing a story quest. And I also think that it might not be available at all. They might not give it to us at all. It might just be a new model they rigged for the main character to be in the main story quest. Do not be surprised at how far these devs are willing to go to disappoint you. They do not care about players. They care about their stockholders. They don't care. They don't respect your time. They don't respect your sacrifice. They don't respect your money. They respect their stockholders. And that is all. Unfortunately, unfortunately, I'm not saying all hope is lost. Maybe things can get better, but 6 years in, that sounds really, really copium. It sounds extremely copium. Extremely copium. And I will say the one great thing about Genshin is that as a rare bird that enjoys both games, playing Genshin has made WoW one of the best gaming experiences of my life. Alright, moving on.
Russia. You guys just can't keep getting away with this. You took everything from me. I hope you know that. Now pardon my past behavior, but you see my frustration. It's as if they are playing in our faces and we just take it like good boys and girls that follow the directions. Let me remind you guys once more, if it hasn't been clear enough, this is a multi-billion with a B dollar company. They are more than capable of producing content and spending time on making the player's experience as enjoyable as possible, and yet for some reason, they refuse to listen and deliver. Unfortunately, the only way to ever get a large company like this to see your demands and criticisms is to actively voice them, like I'm doing with this video, stop supporting them with your hard-earned money, and review bomb their services. If you were there a while ago, a prime example would be Genshin's first anniversary, where they were bullied by fans worldwide into giving more rewards because of how pitiful they were. If they have people still willingly giving them money after the scraps they've been giving us per patch, they will continue to repeat this process. Now I will say, you can definitely still play the game. I don't want to make it seem like you're a villain for playing it or enjoying it, because I still do myself as a free-to-play. We as a community just have to voice our frustration and stop giving them constant overwhelming support and babying them when they're clearly in the wrong. Now I'm not one to control what you do with your money, but another unfortunate reality is, money is the strongest voice. And if you stop spending money on companies like this, that is usually one of the primary ways they will actually listen to the majority, since they will not be making as much revenue. Another option, if you don't spend money on this game, is to review bomb them, which means to leave an overwhelming amount of negative reviews. For example, on the App Store, if a plethora of customers are upset with an app, they will leave many reviews to voice their opinions. This leads to the app's rating being lowered, which in turn makes the app look less favorable to the public, actively deterring new players from wanting to join the game. It's a sad reality what this game has become, but unfortunately it's gotten to a point where drastic measures have to be taken. If you take anything away from this video, my main argument for this topic is that I care a lot for this game. I truly do, but I simply cannot justify what this game does anymore. I have put my heart and soul into this game. I have spent almost 6 years on and off enjoying this game's content, story, and world. I finally started a YouTube channel because of this game, and I really do want to continue creating more content around it. However, it's gotten to a point where I simply cannot turn a blind eye to what predatory tactics this company uses. Now that I have some type of platform, it makes me feel even more obligated to talk about criticism like this. So, I am making this video to hopefully open the eyes of other Genshin players and make them realize that we as a community deserve more. So as a takeaway, please voice your opinions. Don't be afraid to do so because your voice and wallet are a lot more powerful than you realize. Asking for updates to quality of life, asking for rewards for spending time on a game per patch, asking for reruns to old events, the list goes on. This is just the bare minimum for what this company can do for us. And the more people push on that, the higher our chances are for a brighter future. Thank you guys for watching as always. It really does mean a lot, and hopefully you agreed with what I'm saying mostly, and if you don't, that's fine too. I'm always open to discussion in the comments. Yes, I still will be pulling for Nicole, if you are aware of my channel, but that is only because I saved up from the other pitiful patches that we've had. So if you're interested, stay tuned for the future, and we shall see each other again.
Let's get some afterthoughts going here. Should we cancel this? We are, I did like and subscribe, to the Ocean. Yes, the X-Ocean. X. Like and subscribe, like the video. Great video. Well, very valid points. The game is in such a sad state right now. It's actually so disappointing. It's so disappointing. And I will be one of the players that review bomb Genshin's app later. I do have a few Google Play accounts. So if you see my reviews on there later, yes, it was me. You heard it here first. We will be review bombing. We will be leaving a 1-star review, maybe a no-star review if that's possible. On the official Genshin app, expressing our frustration with the minimal rewards, and inciting that players steer clear of this game and that the devs waste your time do not care about anything but player retention and their stockholders. They care about absolutely nothing. They don't respect your time. They don't respect your money. They do not care about you. They don't care about curating a fun experience anymore. They care about giving you chores, and you do the chores, and they bend you over, and you're just supposed to say thank you because retarded whales spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on this game across the span of 6 years and don't want anyone to bully their multi-billion-dollar company. Absolutely insane. Insane situation. Disgusting situation. Very, very sad, especially as a long-term player. Seriously, on a more serious note, absolutely devastated. Absolutely disappointed by 6.6 live stream. I expected Lohan to be a standard 5-star character. He wasn't. The amount of rewards and compensation we're getting are terrible. It's so miserable being a free-to-play player right now. I'm a Dolphin, but like, I'm practically free to play. I don't know if I'm going to be getting a welcome on this game anytime soon. Absolutely miserable. Just miserable. Speaking of, I haven't done my dailies. I haven't logged in today. Lol. So I'll probably be doing that later. But for now, we're gonna keep chugging along. Keep reacting to video go blah 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 blah. Words. English. Thanks again, Cracker. Saltine. Sir Saltine Cracker. The Cracker. Thank you for joining stream. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for your opinions. Yeah, terrible game state. Absolutely disgusting devs. They care about nothing. They care about nothing. They care about their big green stock bar going up. That's the only thing that they care about. They have abandoned their players. They have abandoned the very players that made them what they are today. Insane behavior. We will watch Cap's video later. We're gonna look through these videos. I actually would like to see the first video. We're gonna look at the reaction to I think a video by Glaive Keo. We're gonna react to the Cyberpunk collab and why it's good. Essentially, just here in a second. We're actually gonna take a small break. I'm gonna get some water and we'll be right back.
Oh, don't worry, Cracker. I'm here.
Oh, always lol. You're more entertaining than Hubby, so make sure to tell him that. I appreciate that, Cracker. I appreciate that. Yep. I will take that W. No more yeah and yup content. You will get premium reactions from me.
Watch your video.
The
Watch my
collaboration
video.
was
I need
basically a
water.
ghost.
I've been talking for an hour. I need water. Okay. I'm not used to talking this much. I don't typically gap, but apparently it makes for good content. People like hearing my opinions. At least one person likes hearing my opinions. I'm looking at you, hubby. Karaka likes me. Anyway, thanks for joining stream. Stream is not over. I will be right back. My throat is parched. She's not a slave. Let her get a drink. I appreciate that. I am not a slave. Do you hear that?
What?
What's the planet that Jabba the Hutt had Leia? Or was it Padme?
Okay, first of all, Padme has never been a slave. Yes, it was Leia, and it was Tatooine.
Yeah, this is
specifically in the Dune Sea.
This is not Tatooine, okay? I'm going to get water. Goodbye. I will be right back.
She is whatever I say she is.
Star Wars isn't your forte.
The wife's is not. No, mine is.
No, Star Wars is not my forte.
I'm the nerd.
I like Star Trek. I will
Shut your drunk mouth.
Drunk mouth. I need water. I gotta go, guys. I need water. I'll be right back. Water.
No, Star Trek does not win every day, Cracker. You're lying. You know you're capping. You're just trying to farm the clicks. You're just trying to be the relatable guy. Don't get me wrong, Star Trek did a lot of things better than Star Wars, but out of the two, I've seen almost all of their media outside of all the woke shit. I think Star Trek does different alien races better than Star Wars does. Politics is better in Star Trek as well. Star Wars, it's funny because Star Wars isn't sci-fi. It's a science fiction. It's sci-fantasy, really, because it has technically magical elements in there with the Force and a good Force and a bad Force, all that stuff. So, but yeah. Fun fact, since we found my wife more fun than me. One, I don't really do this kind of content. I'm not really the watch a bunch of videos and react kind of guy, but this is my idea. I was like, we're up. I'm playing a video game on the main monitor. I was like, I can set you up on the secondary monitor, and you can just watch all your videos you love watching and share it with stream. So, Vessel, go to your room, buddy. Stay. Be a good boy. You get quit hitting your head on crap. Probably gonna get a bowl of cereal or something. I haven't eaten today. Ooh, I made myself a burger with some waffle fries. Is that water?
Yeah.
Gross. All right, I'm handing the headset back to the fun one.
The fun one. Thank you.
I made it big for my head again.
You did eat today. We had sandwiches. Remember?
That was last night.
That was this morning.
That was last night.
And cake.
That was last night.
Okay. Let's get to it.
And
I'm
I
back
do
with
mean
water.
that literally. The devs didn't talk about it at all. It gets to a point where some of us even doubted if the collab was going to happen. Some assumed they had trouble with licensing and it might be cancelled, but as we all know by now, they were wrong. They were in fact cooking. And right now it feels like we
Cooking.
are having a
The
feast.
devs
We got a preview
were
from
cooking.
them, and I think we were so hungry for even a crumb of information about the upcoming collab that
So
we would have
thirsty.
been fine
We
with
were-
some
we were
clip
ravenous.
compilations, but
We
what
were
got
drooling,
was a top-tier
waiting for
homage
anything
to
about the Cyberpunk collab.
tearing up the trending charts on multiple social media platforms and even pushing the game to the top of the PlayStation sales rankings in Japan. I'm not gonna
As
lie,
it should be.
myself
Amazing.
included, we were just expecting a few skins and a basic quest line. Instead, we might be getting the best collaboration event in the entire lifespan of the gacha genre. A generational collaboration,
One of the best
one might
collabs
say. But
ever.
let's not get ahead of ourselves. Smash the like button and subscribe to the channel. Hit the notification bell icon to watch more of my videos.
Rivaling,
and without wasting more of your time, let's get
rivaling
into how
Dante
Kuro
and Virgil
Games
and
managed to
PGR,
make these
for
two
sure.
worlds
By the
speak
same
the
company, by the way.
exact
Same devs
language.
did Dante and Virgil in Punishing Gray Raven. Absolute cinema. So
Wait a
good.
minute, I swear I
We
heard that
even got the
before.
announcer from Cyberpunk 77. Oh my
okay,
goodness.
So that's where
Absolute
they got it
cinema.
From. You know,
So
we've
good.
all seen it before, especially in the gacha space. Most collaborations are just lazily done. Bring in the
Yes.
characters, make a really boring filler story quest, give
Cough, cough.
rewards, and honestly,
Aloy.
that's about
Does
it.
anybody
They'll
remember
even make a special
Aloy
spending
from-
event
from-
for it
from,
too. A quick
you know.
cash grab. Everybody loves those, but
You
Kuro
know.
Games went for something a lot more deliberate. For something as little as the preview for the entire collaboration, they reskinned the entire iconic radio opening scene from Cyberpunk 2077
They
bar
did,
for
they
bar.
did.
You get the same rhythmic delivery and the same solid and sturdy 30
Amazing
counts for the local
experience.
news. They even kept the host's name, Your Man Stan. At this point, it might be the same exact guy. They literally managed to bridge an urban rotten night city and a high sci-fi universe like Wuthering Waves. Kuro
They
isn't
did.
just renting the most favorite characters from the Cyberpunk universe, they are trying to integrate the whole soul of the Edgerunners IP. Because let's be real, this level of homage won't ever go unnoticed. The trailer hit the trending tab almost immediately. The official
Immediately.
Game Awards
Deserved.
Twitter accounts made a
Deserved
post
trending
about it.
tab.
We have Epic Games, Red Magic.
Deserved
this is a massive
hype.
deal. Seeing these
Absolute
characters
cinema.
standing in
Amazing
Solaris
jobs.
feels like it was
Amazing
always the
job by
plan.
Kuro Games.
It is a plan that is clearly
I
paying
hope-
off too.
Can we
Because
pause?
following the teaser, Wuthering Waves is
I hope they make $100,000 extra dollars. I hope they make another $500,000.
Oh, I didn't realize that. He cheered these. He donated 4 pennies.
Oh, Cracker, thanks for the bits, dude. It means a lot. It means a lot. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for the 4 pennies. If you're a broke boy, just say so.
Oh my gosh. Do not slander our lovely viewers. Be nice to them. Don't let them bully you.
Some 4-cent whore.
Don't let him bully you, you guys. I'm here for you.
I'm white.
I'm here for you. I didn't even realize I was doing that. You're
Isn't
still
that-
doing it.
Yeah, isn't that what a cheer is? Is that not what a cheer is?
Oh, it's a cheer badge.
Oh, cheer 1 badge. Cheered 1 bits to our terror. How long have you had that
It's
badge?
probably forever.
'Cause what the heck?
Thanks for the continued support, Cracker. We love you. Yeah, abs. What was I saying before? I forgot. Quit interrupting
Stop
me.
forgetting.
I'm losing my train of thought. What was I saying? I genuinely Oh, we're going to watch another video. We're going to react to another lore speculation video on Wuthering Waves. I take a whole fat dollar. Thanks, Cracker. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the 100 bits. Shout out to Cracker and Jet. You are
At
amazing.
least I'm worth. Oh,
Goodness
what
gracious.
president is
What?
Washington.
What are you asking me?
The president that's on it all. Washington.
You did not just ask me
At
that.
least I'm worth a Washington.
I think it's
Babe.
Don't ask me. I'm a stupid American. Anyway, thanks,
Okay,
Cracker.
Dad.
Thank you for your contribution to the Artero Gaming Fund. You will be remembered when we make $1 million. Okay, moving on.
We make a million.
We are going to watch a lore speculation video later about some of the language that was featured on the Exo Strider itself at the end of the current 3.3 story patch for Wuthering Waves. Absolute cinema. Absolute cinema. So good. People are thinking it may be rumored by another collab eventually, or they got permission to use the script, or they did not get permission to use the script and they were hoping nobody would notice. We will be reacting to that video later. I can't wait. I love this guy's videos. Fat Fluffy Penguin does some of the most well scripted educational thematic videos breaking down lore and really just being a big old fanboy about authors and writing and literature itself and how it ties into the way video games and specifically Wuthering Waves takes so much care into curating and creating stories that are believable, tangible, and just an amazing experience. I really love the guy's videos. He's an amazing content creator. If you can and you're interested in Wuthering Waves, please subscribe. He's absolutely amazing, awesome. Can't wait to watch that video. Naru, following the collaboration teaser announcement, Wuthering Waves is now topping the JP PlayStation Shills charts. That's honestly amazing to see. Absolutely amazing, absolutely deserved. Big win for JP Wuwa, considering they had it the worst. Does anybody remember in 1.0 where there was a translation discrepancy on Gion's weapon banner? And they had to be compensated. It almost killed the game because of a translation error. It was insane. The drama was insane. So happy that JP has welcomed them back into their open arms, especially with the release of characters like Chisa and Hiyuki. Love to see Japanese themed characters in games. Absolutely amazing. Thanks again, Cracker, for the $1. Really appreciate it. Okay, moving on back to the video.
Is currently topping the PlayStation sales charts in Japan, which is honestly amazing to see. Cyberpunk's art style is basically sharp lines and neon colors, and moving all that to a game like Wuthering Waves is definitely not easy. We saw it firsthand how hard it could be for a game like Honkai Star Rail, because they changed the whole vibe for Archer, Shiro Emiya. Like, look at those eyes, it's not even close. And let's
try to pause so quickly again. The Fate collab, I think, was one of the biggest disappointments for collabs in gacha gaming since the Aloy collab. The Aloy collab in Genshin Impact. No surprises there. The collabs were done by the same devs. I'd like to point that out. Genshin and HSR, specifically the company Hoyoverse, will only ever feed anyone shit. Okay? Get that through your head. Get that through your head. Hoyoverse is disgusting. Hoyoverse does shit collabs. If you take nothing else away from this rant today, Hoyoverse bad. Hoyoverse bad collab. Bad Hoyo. If you take nothing else away from this Yap session, Hoyoverse bad. Okay? Collab Hoyoverse, Hoyo collab bad. Okay? Men good actually. Man good actually. Okay, 3 things. Man good actually. Hoyoverse bad. Hoyoverse bad collab. Okay, 3 things. 3 things. Back to the video. And soon.
Let's not
Technical
even talk
difficulties.
about
Thank you.
Caster here, but somehow
This
Kuro Games
motherfucker
just
don't
doesn't
miss.
miss. I have seen a lot of people straight up glazing
Amazing.
the character
Looks
models
amazing.
and how they
Absolutely
look ripped
amazing.
straight out of the anime,
It's
while
1-to-1.
simultaneously looking like they
Such a
naturally
work of art.
belong in the world. They kept that distinct, aggressive edginess without making the models feel out of place against the game's textures.
Cannot wait to see Lucy's
specifically
kit.
is being described as a 100% carbon copy of her anime counterparts.
it's
Rebecca's
1-to-1.
outfit was not censored or changed for the game, maintaining her
1-to-1.
original design perfectly, blowing the minds of multiple people that saw it. What is actually surprising is where this event is taking place. Most gacha games shove collab units into a generic event zone. Some even reused assets they made for a completely different character, making the collab event zone not make
Reused
sense at
assets is
all.
crazy.
But here, Lucy and Rebecca are right in the middle of Star Torch Academy, which is a major location in the main story, and with some players who were quick to notice that Lucy has a tacit mark in the preview, this confirms that these characters are literally being woven into the actual story of the Wuwa universe. While Lucy and Rebecca are
Deserved.
confirmed as the primary playable units, the fact that Rebecca is a free
You
limited
get
5-star
okay. Pause.
collaboration character
Pause.
has led to a
We get Rebecca for free. For free. You get a copy of the character for free. Do you understand how amazing that is? We are getting a limited time collab character for free. They didn't even do that with Punishing Grey Raven. With their most recent Dante and Virgil collab, it was a pull one, get one deal. But you had to use your limited currency to pull them. So you could not, you had to use your black cards. You had to convert your black cards, which is like the essential either Prima Gems or Asterite, depending on whichever gacha game you come from. If you're playing NTE right now, we are also playing NTE right now. It's a blast. If you prefer Enulith, like that is the resource that we are converting for 1-to-1 to even pull for Dante and Virgil. So you were converting your Asterite for Dante and Virgil, but it was pull one, get one. With pity at, I think, 60 or 70 pulls, I started PGR for the collab. I actually haven't logged in a while. I'm not really interested in any of the frames that are running right now. So I will be back with that game probably as soon as the Cyberpunk collab ends. I don't like to juggle more than 3 gacha games at a time, so unfortunately PGR is on the back burner for me right now, but I have enjoyed the game. I do enjoy the game. I am a filthy casual though, so don't expect me to know anything about what I'm doing. I have Alpha. I haven't been able to get her signature card, but I do have her signature weapon, and I like button mashing, okay? And that game is button matching, and I love it. I love it so much. I love button mashing Alpha. That's all I do in that game. Don't ask me anything about it. I just learned Dante's combo. I think I have his ignition team with Nanami. No, with Nanami, Star Trail, and Watanabe. I think I'm doing his like ignition team. I think that's what I'm doing. So much fun. Love logging in, playing Dante for a little bit, logging off. The way gacha games are supposed to be played, not as chores, not as jobs, not as third jobs. Okay. You don't owe gacha games your life. What was I ranting about? Oh yeah, Rebecca for free. For free! Think about how amazing that is. In 2026, we are getting a free, limited time 5-star gacha character. That's not on a selector or for compensation. In the middle of the year. Outside of an anniversary patch. Outside of like a Lunar New Year patch. Or outside of a Christmas patch. Amazing. Amazing. absolutely. Christmas came early. Massive day for the unemployed. Christmas came early. We're getting Rebecca for free. So awesome. So awesome. Like, the generosity of Crow Games cannot be fathomed. Cannot be fathomed. Absolutely insane. NTE right now is a close second. There is maintenance and tons of compensation. They're doing a very good job at handing out selectors and standard pulls on the standard banner. As someone who has not been lucky on the standard banner, I so appreciate it. Juju's account is absolutely stacked. He has absolutely every unit that anyone could ever ask for right now. He got except for G-Wen, right? Yeah. Except for G-Wen. We're hoping she comes home. But his account is absolutely stacked. I, however, am in no place to complain. Yuki took all my luck, rightly so. And I am just absolutely fucked in NTE right now. But it is okay, because they are giving out standard pulls, and I will get characters eventually. Also, Lacrimosa's banner is coming up. Absolutely amazing. Well, each game is a full-time job. Lol, 3 is too much. On the contrary, as a Wuwa shill, the game is actually very enjoyable. It's enjoyable to spend my 10-20 minutes in the game and then get out of the game. And it is not a job, because it is so fun. You have so much fun. The only hurdle in Wuwa right now is its optimization. I do not like having to load up the game, wait 10 minutes for a screen to load, log in, wait 5 to 7 minutes for a screen to load, TP around to do my dailies, wait another few minutes. So yes, the 10 to 20 minutes that I'm playing the game, I'm actually in loading screens, and I can get everything I need to get done in like 30 seconds. That's how streamlined their processes are. That's how streamlined their dailies are. If I want to spend an hour in the game grinding endgame, I can, but I don't have to. There's no pressure to do it, especially as a day one player. You don't feel like you're missing out on anything because the company is so generous. It's there if you want to, but you don't feel obligated to, which is so amazing, because they care about their players. They're catering to their player base. Same thing with NTE. The game right now is a grind, but everybody's trying to hit like Hunter level 40, so we can all hit the bottleneck at the same time and get the rewards done and try and like finish the first round of that game, which is typical like unemployed behavior, which is fine. The only game that is struggling right now to streamline its experience to its players, which should not be happening after 6 years, is Genshin Impact. I'll even go out on a limb and say that Honkai Star Rail's dailies, because I used to play the game before the introduction of Casterus and before the introduction of blatant power creep that made all of my teams obsolete within 6 months of each other. That is the reason I deleted the game, not because of the release of Casterus. The release of Casterus was the straw that broke the camel's back. I quit HSR because all of my teams had been phased out within 6 months of releasing, which was absolutely insane. Apparently, they fixed everything now, but the game is just not worth returning to. I've seen how predatory their marketing is. How, just look at Genshin fucking Impact. Moving on. A character for free in 2026, in the middle of the year, no events attached, is insane. Just an amazing collab. Just an amazing work of art. Just a gift. Thank you, Crow Games. Back to the video.
A massive We Won celebrations across the timeline. A lot of people asked for a free 5-star for the anniversary. It looks like we are getting it in the form of a collab character. Kuro Games strikes again. They are my goats. It all looks great on the surface. The rendering is clean and the animations are crisp, but we are just talking about what we are seeing. We haven't talked about what we know, or at least it is about what we thought we knew about how this story was supposed to end. The real Address Me Elephants is the sightings of David Martinez. In the Cyberpunk Edgerunners anime, I'm gonna say a very big spoiler for the anime here, so if you don't want to get spoiled, you can.
If you don't like spoilers, run right now.
You're still here? Okay. So David is very much dead. Like dead. Blown to pieces. Blended to a pulp type of dead. So imagine seeing him pop up in a crossover like this. You know what? Imagine being a Cyberpunk Edgerunners fan, and you see David, who you know was long gone, show up in a random gacha game collaboration. Personally, Personally, I would freak out. The thing is, David is fully modeled in the engine, but people believe that he is in the story,
If you
but
ran
not
for spoilers,
playable. Some
they're
even
over.
already
They're
suggested he would
Jover.
make a great Echo instead. And now imagine a Sandefistan 4-cost Echo, the best in slot for Lucy's build. I might be onto something, you know, I might be cooking. I feel like I have full trust that this collab is going to work out so well, because the collaboration involves the original writers, original VAs, and the CDPR staff, including producers,
amazing
directors,
cast.
and managers. This lore
Amazing
expansion
cast.
is massive, with mentions of Arasaka involvement, the appearance of Adam Smasher, my favorite Cyberpunk character by the way, and even a recreation of Night City itself within the world of Solaris. The writer of Cyberpunk Edgerunners recently teased on Twitter that they have been working on this for a while, adding a cryptic, a bit of sadness maybe, and that single line has sent fans into a spiral, because if it's anything like the anime, we're about to lose our minds, dude. The one that
We
ties
will
it
get
all
our hearts
together,
ripped
though,
out of our
is
chests.
the moon. It was the emotional
Kuro
finish
is
line
about
for
to
the
eat
anime,
all of our
and
hearts.
it happens to be one of the
On-
biggest
on a spit.
mysteries in Wuthering Waves' lore. Using it as the background for David's return turns a cameo into a shared reason that actually carries weight. It really feels like the Wuthering Waves team actually understands the source material, and something like that is just so rare in the space. But with all of the good being said, it looks like we're gonna have trouble saving our resources. Having a back-to-back series of high-value character releases, it really feels like our wallets are getting dried up. We got Hiyuki,
Coupons
who
here.
is the headline anniversary unit.
I got extremely lucky with Hiyuki and her signature. As someone that has been saving, who was the last character I pulled for? As someone who's been saving since Imyth, the Imyth's debut, and by saving I mean I think I took a two. It was either a month. I took 2 weeks to a month off, so I missed a cycle of patch logins, which is like 42 days. And compensation, and maintenance compensation mail. I think I missed that too. As someone who's missed all of those pulls, I have been saving pretty consistently, and I have been playing during the anniversary, and I finished 3.3. I still have enough pulls to guarantee a character. That is how generous this game is. I have done nothing but log in, clear endgame, and log out for maybe the past 2 months. And I have enough pulls. I have more than enough pulls to guarantee a limited 5-star character. If I'm lucky, I have enough pulls to guarantee a limited 5-star character and their weapon. That is how generous this game is. That is how generous this game is. Meanwhile, Genshin Impact cannot be bothered to get you halfway to a guarantee in their game. They can't be bothered to get you to the halfway point of a guarantee in your game. And there is no guarantee that you will get the character. But the problem is they can't be guaranteed to get you halfway. You don't even have a chance of getting the character unless you are insanely lucky. It is absolutely insane. They won't give you enough to guarantee a character, not even to the halfway point. They won't even guarantee you a 5-star weapon. Disgusting. Just let that sink in. Just let that sink in. As a gacha player who plays both games, let that sink in for a second. I took a 2-month break from Wuthering Waves. I have played off and on for the last 2 months. I have played the anniversary patch. I haven't even finished the anniversary events. I haven't done this patch's endgame cycle. So I have anywhere from another pull to another 1.5 pulls sitting around gated behind events. There are also some permanent events that I haven't finished and some tutorials that I haven't done. And I haven't been logging in every day like it's a job. I have not been doing that. And I have enough pulls on my account to guarantee a 5-star character and their weapon. Absolutely insane. Gacha games should not be a job. They're games. They should be for fun. Games should be for fun. A free 5-star limited character. Let that sink in. Hoyo Shields, if you're ready to jump ship, come with me. If you're done, if you're sick of the treatment, as someone who understands your pain, as a fellow mentally ill Genshin player, come to our side. Come to our side. You couldn't be bothered to do it 2 years ago. Now's your chance. Jump ship. It's one of the best times to join Wuthering Waves. One of the absolutely best times to join. The anniversary patch has been kind of mid, but I can guarantee you will, by the end of catching up with Story Quest, by the end of maxing exploration, you will be able to pull for the characters you want for the next 2 or 3 patches. There is that much free Asterite sitting in the game right now. Right now. And if you start right now, you can get a free Rebecca. Back to the video.
A very good long-awaited Glacio main DPS. We got Dinia, who has insane animations and story connections with a really good voice acting too. But now we also have Lucy and Rebecca coming next patch. And we also have Lucilla, who is rumored to be Hiyuki's best in slot. From now on, we really have a short window of time to save. I mean, it's just brutal. They give you the anniversary high and then immediately ambush you with the most anticipated collab in the game's history. But you need to understand that this ambush only works because of their marketing strategy, or lack thereof. It is almost impressive when you realize they didn't say a single word about this for a full year. Now the narrative has flipped from Kill Kuro Games to They Are Cooking in the span of 2 weeks. They like to do this a lot recently. They waited until the community was starving for new information to drop a trailer that made the 1-year waits feel justified. That wait paid off so well that it even brought in a new wave of players who are discovering the anime for the first time through this collab. But this isn't just about emptying your wallets for a few neon-haired resonators. It is about the bigger move Kuro is making to change how the rest of the industry looks at them. In a space filled with money-extracting slot games, this collab feels...
I hate to pause so often back to back. But one of the arguments being made about NTE right now, which is Neverness to Everness, another gacha game that just went into service, I think we hit the 2-week mark today. Maybe yesterday we hit 2 weeks of service. The only reason NTE is thought to be either mid or lackluster in either animation quality or game systems or maybe even animation style. People have a lot of qualms with the game. The only reason NTE is receiving as much criticism as it is because Wuthering Waves exists. Can you imagine a world where Wuthering Waves does not exist? What would NTE look like if Wuthering Waves was not around? I believe I'm quoting a different gacha content creator. I might even be quoting Glade Keo. Okay? These are not original thoughts. But the only reason NTE is receiving so much criticism is because it occupies the same space as Wuthering Waves. Think about that. Think about how good we have it currently in the gacha space to be able to play a game like Wuthering Waves. Such a blessing. What a time to be alive. And how good has Wuthering Waves been for Genshin? Despite the devs' determinedness, they're just absolutely a holy obsession with leaving their player base behind. Back to the video.
It's like Kuro Games is a step away from mediocrity. They are playing with the big dogs now. When you sign a deal with the people who build The Witcher, you're telling the industry as a whole that you're actually a serious AAA competitor. I mean, that's just a great way of proving you have outgrown the mobile game label and deserve a seat at the table with the prestige developers. It looks like winning the Game Awards isn't a fluke after all. Screw you, haters on Twitter. Your hate means nothing. In fact, the consensus on Twitter is that this is a collab in safe hands, with many pointing to Kuro Games' history with punishing Grey Raven as proof that they can be trusted to deliver
Automaton
a
and
faithful
Devil May Cry 5,
crossover. It
yes.
sets a new precedent for the
Amazing
whole
collabs.
genre. This crossover is just different. The level of quality and the narrative effort involved here suggests they are prioritizing deep immersive integration over quick shallow cash grabs. It is a high bar to set for the future. Once you show the audience you can weave a foreign IP into your world this good, being mid stops being an option for anyone else in the market. To be honest, I fear for every other game in this space, but as a Wuthering Waves player, we are eating good. So what is the conclusion? After a year of complete radio silence that had us all wondering if the devs had gone cyber psycho, Kuro Games staged a complete takeover of the genre. They have proven that a collaboration can be a bridge between two worlds that actually have something to say to each other. By bringing in the original writers and treating the Edgerunners lore with this much reverence, they have set a terrifyingly high bar for every other gacha developer on the market. This level of homage is what we should be expecting for collaborations going forward. I'm not going to pretend that my savings is ready for this. It is honestly not. Between Hiyuki, Dinia, and now Lucy and Rebecca and Lucilla, Kuro is basically drying up my bank account. But honestly, when the quality is this high, it is hard to stay mad. We are moving away from the gacha slop allegations and into something that feels much more AAA experience. Whether we are getting David as an Echo, or we are just about to have our hearts broken by the cyberpunk writers, one thing is certain: Solaris will never be the same. Are you going all in for Lucy, or are you still recovering from the anniversary banners? And more importantly, do you think David Martinez is actually going to make a physical appearance, or are we just chasing Ghost on the moon? Let me know what you think in the comments below. I'll read as many as I can. If you enjoyed this video, don't leave a like and share the video. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. Cheers.
Great video. No disagreements. No. We'll watch that later. We'll watch that later. I think we can go to... We watched this already. I think. Methinks. We'll go to a Tecton video.
And some alleged lawsuit that's going on right now. I will say I wasn't really familiar with who the courting was, and we had some good interactions on Twitter. He's always been good to me, and you know, we talked for the first time over voice maybe a couple weeks ago on Rumble, rumble.com/tech if you want to watch my streams. I kind of have no idea what's going on.
I have no idea what's going on.
Pressured so much to talk about this.
I have no idea what's going on.
Fuck not. Let's see what this lawsuit is.
Unless this is the guy that was following people around at a Ren Fair. Is this that guy? Okay. This is the guy.
Threat of a class action lawsuit for his false.
I know he just deleted his Twitter.
Flagging.
So for context, this guy was following around women and children at a Ren Fair. We watched a Powder video. I think we reacted to that as well. Was watching women and children while live streaming, following them around, essentially catcalling these women in front of their families. Absolutely disgusting behavior. Not the only people he did it to, though. Every time any woman would walk by in or out of costume, he would comment on their quote-unquote fair maidenness. Just weirdo behavior. Like, freak behavior. Oh, he also implied that one of the families that he walked by, the mom that with children, he implied that sorry, excuse me. He implied, and I quote, that he knew the mom was down to fuck because she had children. Disgusting behavior. And then he went on Twitter and claimed everything was a joke. If this is the same guy, I hope he gets what's coming to him. Apparently, Techie just stated he deleted his Twitter account. Rightly so. I'm of the firm opinion that pedophiles and predators and sexual predators that harass women and children in a family setting, that's a totally normal Ren Fair behavior.
That's what he was saying.
Totally normal with
That's
me.
what he kept saying.
No,
Like, it's
that
normal
was
behavior.
his scapegoat.
Yeah.
That is what he kept saying. He kept saying it was a joke, that it was normal, that it was satire. By the way, I'm of the firm belief that we need to bully pedophiles off the internet. This behavior is absolutely disgusting. It, even if you don't want to call him a pedophile, I'll call him a pedophile for you. That is, you could argue that it's gateway pedophilia. It's absolutely disgusting thinking that you can get away with this kind of behavior in public and live stream it to your audience on Twitch for monetary gain. And then move the goalpost and shift your goalpost whenever you're posting on Twitter talking about the situation. When it is obvious that you are a disgusting human being and you do not need to be on the internet. Popular opinion, popular opinion. I'm of the, excuse me, Russell. I'm of the popular opinion that pedophile and weird, freaky, sexual, people, yeah, deviants, exactly, sexual deviants need to be bullied off the internet, especially if the content is not around consenting adults for consenting adults. I don't care what you do online with consenting adults to consenting adults. That is between you and your consenting adult partner. I don't care about what you do online. When I have a problem with it is when it's in front of or around children or in family or public spaces. People cannot consent to your public act of scrutiny the way that you can in private. So, again, don't walk people like dogs on leashes in front of families. That is disgusting behavior. That's referencing another incident that was running around on TikTok maybe a year ago now. But absolutely disgusting behavior. Nobody wants to see you being freaky in a mall with your with your partner at the time and videoing it and putting it on TikTok to promote your OnlyFans. Disgusting behavior. These sexual deviants need to be ran off the internet. Stay away from the children. Stay away from public places. People in public places cannot consent to what you're doing. Cannot consent to what you're doing. It's disgusting. And families with women and children, with moms, with other people that just want to escape into Ren Fair and are not asking to be sexualized deserve to experience a public event without being sexualized, without being live streamed without their consent. Luckily, the videos that we watched, the children's faces were censored. The quartering did not bother to censor these children's faces. So not only are you saying disgusting things about the parents, about the families, about the women that you're putting their faces on the internet, you are putting children's faces on the internet. They can't consent to that. Disgusting behavior, disgusting human being. Let's get back to the video.
And other untoward behavior online. We're going to that today on The Legal Mindset. We teach you.
So I've heard about the false flagging, and I heard allegedly he went to go take someone's channel down on YouTube for criticizing him, is the TLDR that I got. Which is strange because I know the quartering is a big advocate of free speech. So this would be very bad if there was any truth to him silencing other content creators that criticize him. I mean, I have motherfuckers who criticize me every day.
He's weird for that.
Copyright strike any of their shit.
He's weird for
I'm
that.
just not that type of guy.
To be your own judge. I'm Andrew Esquire, American attorney. So in case you guys haven't been paying attention, Jeremy Hambly, aka The Quartering, is in a deep online battle right now over allegations of false flagging behavior, targeting detractors on YouTube as people end up speaking up, doing live streams, putting up videos. They're being taken down. They're being hit with strikes. They're being flagged through the YouTube system. So there's this deep battle going on right now with Jeremy Hambly, which we covered previously. But now we have a new threat of a class action lawsuit for his false flagging behavior and alleged abuse of the DMCA system. So we're going to get at that today, as well as some of the recent developments, which kind of add another light to this and perhaps another angle for this legally. So let's get into first some of the things that have been
This
going
guy
down recently.
is
One is also very
fucked.
important. People always say that the legal mindset sweeps for any right-wing influencer, and it's like, bro, quartering is right-wing as fuck. So Anybody saying that Andrew legal mindset is a sweeper for anyone right wing is just retarded and is most likely a Hassan orbiter. I'm going to be completely honest. Andrew Esquire is so fair, it's ridiculous.
One of the things that happened very
incredibly handsome too.
Recently was Jeremy Hambley had this TISM podcast that he did with Bearing and Count Dankula, and that was deleted or taken down today. Now, initially, the reaction by Jeremy was as follows, saying, hey, every live stream I've ever done has now disappeared from YouTube, and my podcast channel with two friends, that's the TISM podcast with Bearing and Count Dankula, seems to have been banned. I'm sure it's totally not false flaggers and just a coincidence. So saying there, I'm sure it's totally not false flaggers and just a coincidence. So going to accusing others of false flagging at first. Well, hours later, he goes back to say, look, this was my fault. I was not clear on the videos I wanted my editor to delete. I'm working to restore what I can, and we'll give the boys all the episodes of TISM to re-upload 100%. I've just been testing a theory that live streams drag channels down. And of course, he was community noted saying these videos.
I didn't really make a comment about him being a right winger, but as a fellow right winger, I'm sorry to shatter the reality for some people, but there's disgusting people on both parties. And I'll let that sink in for a second. There's disgusting people on both sides. And I think the one common ground we should try to find between both political parties is getting these disgusting fucks off the internet. They should be bullied off the internet. They shouldn't be allowed to vote. They shouldn't be allowed to speak. They should be shunned before everyone and their moms. Like, there's no reason for this person to be on the internet. His political stance has nothing to do. You have a lot of sinks to let in. You gotta tell people to stop mailing them to your door. That's true. That's very true. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. I appreciate that. I'll be sure to let the sinks know that they can come in. That they can come in. All of the sinks are welcome. Especially if they watch stream. Anyway, just saying, there's disgusting people on both sides. These disgusting people should be bullied off the internet. It's what was I saying? The fact that he's a right winger has nothing to do with what I'm saying is that we should discern it specifically because of political party. I was trying to figure out how to
Shouldn't discriminate?
yeah, sorry, discriminate. That's the right word. Yeah. We shouldn't discriminate against discussing people because of their political party. And if you're defending discussing people on either side of the political party, you need to check yourself. You need to get that taken care of. You need to be checked out. You need help. If you're harboring anyone on either side that does discussing things like this, you should just be ashamed of yourself. You should be ashamed of yourself. Leave the kids alone. Don't let pedophiles live stream women and children on the internet. It's insane. It's crazy. Go on. We're going.
Videos were actually deleted by him unilaterally. So that podcast that he did with two others deleted unilaterally by him. That's a potential legal problem. This was followed up, of course, by many others who commented on this, such as Shoe on Head, saying,
Shoe on Head, Base Queen.
Hey, why would you even imply that this was false flagged, because it's kind of clear to see through the system which ones are false flagged, which ones are not, which ones are banned. So it's very easy to tell. So he was kind of presenting.
Yeah, because if one is deleted, you pull it up, it'll say this post was deleted. If it was false flagged or copyright took down, it'll say this violates YouTube's terms of service.
Himself as the victim there, and Bearing, even his podcast co-host, who had the episodes which he and Count Dankula were members of deleted, showed kind of the evolution here. The haters got our channel banned, to this is Bearing's fault, to it must be a YouTube glitch, to it's totally my editor's fault, advising him to stop and get some help, which I think is the right advice there. He also brought out the DMs with Jeremy Jeremy. And if you see over here with this kind of back and forth, Bering says, are you going to flag the channels? And Quartering responds, yeah, I'm flagging everyone. I'm calling my rep. Everyone is getting banned. Now, Jeremy may be joking there, but this is not a time at which he should be really joking around, because in the midst of people that have very real claims against them, a judge can look at things and say, you know what? I don't know whether he's being sarcastic or not. We have to get discovery here. I'm not sure. His previous conversation.
Oh, trust me. I want to remind you, if anybody knows that jokes can be held against you in the court of law, it's me. Guys, I shit you not. There was a judge that thought me joking about going nuclear on everybody was actually me planning to murder people. Because this judge had no idea what going nuclear meant, which means making drama videos. And they thought that I was going to kill people because I used the word going nuclear. So yes, it is not good to joke in situations like these unless you are sure you are amongst people who are not rats. So yeah, I would be very careful. You never know how smart your judge is.
Conversations with Null and other folks, and even his public post, make comments about him getting videos taken down, going to war, you know, nuking everybody, taking all of their channels out, wiping them off on the internet. So, you know, when he says this and says, you know, everyone is crooked, remember, I can ban anyone I want, it's on. He may very well have been
crazy
about that. And it seems like this is a case in which he could be behind this. All the evidence is pointing to him potentially being behind this based on his communications at large. So
I'm not going in on shit until there's proof, though. I'm going to be 100%. I'll be 100%. Until I see a factual yes or no, I'm not going in on this.
That brings us to getting down the line when we see this channel here, the TISM, the Incredible Salt Mine, which was banned.
This whole thing
brings
stinks.
us to the lawsuit. So this
it
lawsuit
just
was
smells.
brought up by Chad Hughes, who threatens here the Jermageddon begins Monday morning. If Kino Casino Clips isn't restored, we are drafting the document now for Team YouTube.
So I heard that Kino Casino made kind of like an expose on the quartering. Listen, man, Jeremy, if you're watching this video, channels are going to talk, bro. They're always going to shit talk you. And here's the crazy thing. It really don't matter if what they're saying is fake or not. It doesn't. The reality is if your channel gets obliterated by 1, 10, maybe even 100 hate videos, then your channel was never going to live long term regardless. When you want to do in these situations, isn't freak the fuck out, lash out, copyright strike everybody, say, no, you're not allowed to say mean things about me. Just make better content. Dead ass, bro.
True.
I mean, look, here's the reality, quartering.
We've seen it happen so many times.
Admitted to having child porn on his computer.
It's crazy.
And bro's still doing fine. You know what I'm saying? So, like, just keep your head down, bro. Swallow your fucking pride. I know these things that people say about you hurt your feelings, right? But you can't go around copyright striking motherfuckers' channels because they said something mean about you that hurt your feelings. That's gay as like that's unconstitutional.
True.
Especially if you're someone who believes in free speech. So, like, listen, man, I still don't know if there's any truth to any of this, but if there is, you can't go around copyright striking people's channels because they were mean to you, bro. Just let them talk. It doesn't matter, okay? And straight up, corny as fuck if you actually did. So I don't know, but it'd be corny as fuck if you did that.
YouTube and Google, Mr. Jeremy Hambley and Melanie Mack. This is an
Also, I'm not jerking off right now. I got this big ass pimple on my leg.
Whoa.
With my law firm agreed to take on if at least 5 creators join. Quartering blocked me because I kept getting him ratioed with the truth, but he can't play power games against people who aren't afraid of his power and live in the real world. Andy Worski should be restored too. We need an apology from Jeremy as well. Accountability. He even dragged Chrissy Mayer into this and illegally forced her hand. That's not right. And they have this lawsuit drafted, and I have kind of the cover copy here. They have United States District Court Central District of California. Users affected by Jeremy Hambley, including but not limited to
imagine getting sued over YouTube videos.
Jeremy Hambley, Alphabet YouTube, etc. So this is kind of the cover for a potential class.
Is Alphabet YouTube an actual channel? Because that's just what I call any LGBTQ2S QIAPPPP plus 789 to 168 channel. Is that a real channel?
6'7".
Gay ass
6'7",
shit?
6'7".
Class action. So let's get into whether or not this thing is going to hold weight and what I
Okay.
think. So
Okay.
first of all, with this, the applicable
I take legal mindset opinion very seriously. He's pretty much right about almost everything he talks about legally, so I am
Okay, I'll
curious
stop.
what he thinks.
law for misrepresentation is under Section 512F, which creates a private right of action for knowingly materially misrepresenting something in a DMCA takedown. So in this case, if you falsely flag a channel and you know, hey, this thing is clearly fair use, or this thing is something that is clearly permissible, and I'm just flagging it to flag it, I'm flagging because I don't like them, etc. Yeah, that's not permitted. That gives you a private right of action under 512F. Other false flags that are not DMCA, so other things that were submitted falsely or problematic, other causes would fall under tortious interference of contract. So that's something separate. That's a separate civil claim that could be brought.
Sure.
In addition, Dankula and Bering, when they talk about the TISM podcast, depending on how they would want to deal with this, they might even have some sort of cause of action there because they would have a joint copyright ownership claim. So Jeremy, essentially, as 1/3 owner of that, did not, unless there's an agreement elsewise, have permission to just unilaterally delete stuff. Generally, that's something that you have to come to a consensus on.
Of course, if you are running a channel with other people, you should not be able to operate on that without the consensus of the other people in agreement.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
yeah.
And you have to all
Duh.
agree, hey, this is what we're doing before you delete something and get rid of that. So that's a separate thing for those two based on that interaction.
Wow.
So what would happen with the class? Well, with the class action, I actually don't think this class action will go anywhere. Here's the reason why. Class actions are rarely permitted for fair use analysis and fair use cases because it's on a video by video analysis. You go through each video and you say, is this fair use? It's hard to lump 5, 10, 12, 30 videos together and say, yeah, they're all fair use. No, one could be fair use and another couldn't. That's how fair use works. That is the nature of fair use. If you think about the Ethan Klein case, where he's facing Denims, Casey Tron, and Frogan, in that case, Denims could, for example, prevail and Frogan could lose. That's very much possible. Of course, Casey Tron has already settled, so she's already taken the L. In each particular case, they have to analyze the video to see, okay, exactly how much was used, how was it transformative, what's the commercial.
Or it's like the Mr. Pokey St. Tontas shit. Like, obviously, Mr. Pokey's in the wrong. Obviously, St. Tontas is in the right. You can't take a video where you specifically mention another content creator 5 to 6 times, say or reference him 5 to 6 times. That guy reacts to it, quadruples the length, and they're going to say, hey, man, you stole my revenue. No, he fucking didn't.
Nature, that's something that's case by case. So in this case, it would be much better and smarter if the individual lawsuits have a
I don't know
higher
how right
chance of
that
success.
is.
It'd also be quicker, 6 months
Regardless
versus 2
of
years. Also, well-drafted
what they
cases
are
are going to
saying.
have
I'm
the
not caught up
huge
on that.
possibility of surviving a
So
motion
I'm not going
dismiss,
to comment about
about a
that.
70 to 80% chance if they're really well-written in this manner. And because the point of a lawsuit against Jeremy Hambley in the quartering is for
I don't
nuisance
care for
value
the
to get
Pokey
him to settle.
Santos
It's
drama.
not to go through
I'm
trial
kind
and
of-
to win.
I'm
It's
kind
not
of
to get some sort of
Santos
massive
fatigued.
thing after a jury verdict, etc.
Oh,
It's
I'm
to
kind of
get
sick
him
of him
to
as a
settle this, to get it to go
content
away,
creator in
because
the gotcha space.
essentially
He
it's
needs to
going
move
to cost him
on.
attorney's
He's
fees,
gotta do
time,
something else.
discovery. He's going to have all his emails out there, all of his communications, and he doesn't want that. So what is that? Well, that is about in the case of nuisance value, defending even one federal DMCA case can cost $50K to $300K. So
It's
anywhere in
very
that range
expensive.
is very much reasonable for a federal DMCA case.
Very
so if he's
expensive.
trying to quickly settle these cases, and I've worked on these sort of situations when I was corporate counsel and dealing with these sorts of transactions.
I wasn't going to mention this publicly, but I was recently falsely copyright striked. I appealed it, and I got it removed very quickly because these people, and it's not with any content creators that you know. It is a very obscure YouTube channel. I took care of it because they knew I was very well equipped to not let these people bully me, and they dropped it. But it took, I'm not going to lie, like a month and a half, which
That's
is a pain in
crazy.
the ass. And the worst
That is a
was,
pain.
I was reacting to another content creator who made this video 2 years ago and used their footage from a year ago from that video for maybe about 10% of his video. And the channel that he reacted to and me reacting to his video of his reaction to that video got copyright struck, which is fucking up. It's absurd. But there are
Wow.
some people who just don't want any criticism whatsoever, and they will try to take advantage of this and financially bully you.
You can see
True.
these settled for 5K, 10K.
That's always a
20K,
risk you take,
25K,
making
very
reaction
routinely,
content.
just as a go-away cost. As a, hey, we don't want to spend even our staff
And making
time
content on
this.
YouTube
Let's
in
just get
general,
rid of this
using
for,
other people's
5K,
footage.
10K, 20K.
It's always
and
a
that
risk
could be very, very
you
reasonable
take.
if it was one person. But the problem is this could be dozens of people, dozens of creators coming after Hambly. So, for example, if you had a dozen cases,
Especially
at
if there's
10K
revenue
each, well, then
involved.
you've easily got
Any kind of
over
monetary
100K.
gain.
It's death
It
by
can be
1,000
very
cuts. And rumors are spreading, of course, that Jeremy
it can be
Hambley
a
is
big
in a
pain
dire financial situation.
to deal with.
So here's my final judgment. Hambley is digging himself deeper in with potential legal trouble in what he's saying. Now, not everything he's done is necessarily illegal. The person in the original post commented about Chrissy Mayer. Nothing about
I'm sorry, but copyright striking is just fatty behavior, period. I absolutely agree.
his sort of relationship with Chrissy Mayer appears to be illegal or merit a lawsuit there. That seems to be a stretch. However, some of these comments he's making about flagging channels, etc., or the desire to flag channels, desire to ban people, or his influence with YouTube, those could be used against him. That is something that potentially could be damaging for Jeremy. And reports of his dire financial situation put an incentive on small creators to file these nuisance claims. And they can go to a single law firm, go to that one law firm, and that law firm can come up with a very good form, a very good strategy for doing this, and file all of these small lawsuits in order to get Jeremy to be hit with that nuisance value that could exceed 100K, 200K, etc. if he
It's a
sells
lot
these
of
all
money.
out. So Jeremy could be
There's a
in
lot
some
of
hot
money.
water. But I want to know what you guys think. Is Jeremy Hambley
Well, he's white, so at least he can swim. In my opinion, I want to weigh in before everything that is being claimed is confirmed. I will say, though, if you are a free speech advocate and then you are actively copyright striking other people's channels just because
That's
they're
crazy.
criticizing you, that's
Yeah.
gay as fuck. So if there's any truth to that, I'm not going to lie, Courtney, you got to get your fucking shit together. However, we don't know, or at least I don't know. And if there is any truth to that, I would love to read the comments of this video. Appreciate y'all. I'll do some follow-ups if I get more informed, and I'll see you on the next one. Peace.
Alright, moving on. Not much to say about that video. We know this guy's a creep, so.
Soda and Catchy talking about some bullshit on the Punching Down podcast. By the way, Nick Soda, have me on. I
Right.
would love to come on.
This guy, I
anytime.
mean,
Let
Quartering,
Nick and Soda know.
you know,
I would
he's
love
not,
to come on their podcast anytime.
the best
And
human being on
hopefully
the
we can get
planet.
these two in the gym. Let's continue here. Catchy yourselves and saying, I would like to say I've had nothing but great experiences with Catchy. She's been very sweet. Sure.
I think we're
she's
gonna watch
talked
the
shit
dumpling
about me
video
behind my back, but everybody.
at the end. I'm a
At
little, I need a
home,
little, a
and
little
you
break.
don't have to make them by hand. Now, I've made a whole lot of dumplings over the course of my life, and I've eaten even more. Mostly prepackaged dumplings that were meant for consumers, and some even meant
Prepackaged
for
dumplings
food
are
service,
so goated.
which means
If
restaurants.
you need,
Spoiler
okay,
alert,
pause.
the best dumplings that you can buy will come
If you need a quick, cheap, and easy protein source for decent macros, depending on the brand you get, packaged dumplings are so good. They're so easy. You can make them a part of any meal, especially if you like soups, like me. If you like salty water, put some dumplings in your salty water with all your rabbit food. It's a great meal, amazing meal. If you like dumpling, if you like crispy, pan fry them up with some cornstarch, a little bit of sesame oil, maybe some, chili oil, some soy sauce, sesame seeds. Great meal. If you want to double carb it up, get some rice, get some dumplings, get some dipping sauce and some green onion. You can't go wrong. Cheap, easy protein source. Great serving size. Lasts me about 2 weeks in the freezer. Each bag. The bag that I get is it's a Korean brand. I can't remember it off the top of my head, but they're the chicken dumplings, and you can have 13 for 220 calories. Absolutely insane macros, and the protein's good too. I don't know it off the top of my head. I want to say 13 grams of protein, but that's not bad. That's not bad. If we're looking at 10 grams of protein per like 100 calories, that's not terrible macros. The macros on these are like insane, and they taste delicious. They taste delicious. If you need a cheap, easy meal to throw in you're on a budget, throw it in your ramen, throw it in your salty water if you are a salty water enjoyer, with your rabbit food. Can't go wrong. Can't go wrong. Really awesome dinner hack, dinner idea. Let's continue.
from an Asian grocery store, oftentimes tucked in the back or on the bottom shelf, away from more flashy labeled brands, because that is where a lot of the restaurants go to buy their dumplings. In this video, I am going to help you find those hidden gems, show you the dumplings that the restaurants like to buy, and compare them to some dumpling brands that you might find in your Western grocery store or maybe even favorite novelty grocery store. Your dumpling journey begins now. All right, so what did I do? I went to 4 different grocery stores and I bought dumplings from each one. From those grocery stores, I bought the brands that I thought people would most likely buy. Ling Ling from Kroger, Bibigo from Costco, which was actually quite interesting.
That's the
Trader
brand that I
Joe's is a
use.
brand
It's
that I can't seem
Bibigo.
to get away from in the
Bibigo.
comments.
Insane
People seem to
macros on
love
the
their
Bibigo
products, so I
bags.
bought these Trader Joe's dumplings. From the Asian grocery stores, I got these 3 brands. The most common one that you'll be able to find in many Asian households is
Wei
Wei
Chuan.
Chun. Now, these 2 dumplings are the ones meant for restaurant food service. As
Wei
you can
Chun.
see, they are large and their labels are no nonsense. Now, not all dumplings are the exact same. These dumplings from the Chinese grocery store are specifically meant to be boiled.
I get a call for
Wontons
5
can
minutes and we go
obviously
from
be
Dean Say
boiled, and
lawsuit
gyozas
to
can be
dumplings.
steamed, boiled, or
Yes.
pan-fried.
My
We
tism
are
is
going
showing.
to boil all of them
My
because
tism
we're
is
just
indeed
going to use
showing.
a standard
I
way of
needed to
eating.
get caught up
I'm
on the
pretty
quartering
confident as to what my favorites
situation,
are gonna be in
but
this
then
group. It's
you
not
know,
that
I
I'm
need a mental
biased, I
break
just
after
have good
covering serious
taste.
topics like that. So we're
With
watching
that
a
being
video
said,
about
let's
dumplings
start with the
because I
Trader
love
Joe's ones.
Asian culture.
2, 1, go!
This is like a reaction content day,
Now I'm
so
gonna
we're
cook
just
each
reacting
dumpling
to stuff
according
that's in
to
our
the
YouTube list.
instructions. So for boiling, this says 2 to
Might
3
as well.
minutes until
Might as
soft
well.
and heated through. Do not overcook. Goes without saying.
I
should
actually haven't
also
watched
mention
a
that
video
for
from this
taste
content
testing
creator in
purposes,
quite a
I'm
long
going to eat
time.
them as soon as
I
they're
tend to
cooked, as
binge
opposed
his
to cooking
content.
them all and then
I think he's
trying
great.
them one by one. And then to
One of
try
my favorite
them, I'm
Asian
going to
content
eat one
creators
plain and
on
then
the internet.
one with a basic dipping sauce.
He typically
The
does
dipping sauce is
like
gonna be
cooking
very
videos.
simple. It's just the silky soy sauce by Heido. Not sponsored, just tasty. Cabbage and onion.
I haven't
soy
seen
sauce,
him do any other
sesame
kind of
oil,
content.
sugar, garlic powder, chopped
But I
garlic,
appreciate
white
his
pepper, black
take on
pepper.
things. I appreciate his
All right,
editing
off the
style.
bat, it is not
I
an
like the setting,
unattractive-looking dumpling.
and I
You
often
know,
like the
gyozas are
topic
longer.
content.
They tend to have a thinner skin than the Chinese boiled dumplings do, but they're still
we pause?
perfectly good for boiling.
Okay, hot take: thin skinned dumpling. Thin skinned dumplings will always be better than thick skinned dumplings. Thin skin is where it's at, unless we're talking about like xiaolongbao, which are like soup dumplings. Love xiaolongbao. Soup dumplings are so good, but thin skinned dumplings are superior. The amount of crisp that you can get and just the mouthfeel of the dumpling itself, so good. It's unparalleled. I don't want big globby dough on my dumplings. I don't like thick skinned dumplings. HEB has a brand of HEB brand pot stickers. They do chicken, pork, and vegetable. Their skin, I've noticed their dough is a little too thick for my liking, especially in soups. It tends to like disintegrate, but it's good. It's good quality dough. It's good the next day. It's good. It's good 2 or 3 days after. But I specifically for like texture and mouthfeel, I really appreciate a thin skinned dumpling. Like I said, I stand by the Bibigo brand. I've yet to have another brand. That thing looks sick, by the way.
Yeah.
It looks absolutely amazing.
It's a ring.
A Wraith Knight? I've never heard of that, but that is awesome.
Yep.
I would smash.
It's awesome.
I would smash. If you guys know what a Wraith Knight is, I would smash. I've seen one for the first time. Smash.
Her name is Farseer Talthir.
It's a girl? Smash. Anyway, we're talking about thin skin dumplings. The chicken. What did you just say? Huh? The chicken dumplings from Bibigo are like one of my go-to for like macros. Amazing, just amazing. Uncle Roger is always entertaining too. Yes, Uncle Roger is an amazing Asian content creator.
Why are you so dumb?
Why are you so dumb? Hiya. I don't think he is the one that did that, by the way. No. But he did a collab with the guy that did the. What is his shtick? Why are you so dumb? Hiya. I don't know. There's not Is that a portal? Is that a gate?
Yes.
Sorry, I'm very
Colossus
distracted right
Gate.
now. I'm very, very distracted right now.
The portal. That's
Uh,
a really big version of all these mini portals you see me using.
Yeah, my TISM and ADHD are coming in. I'm so
Speaking of that,
I'm
you-
so
you wanna
distracted
see
right
something
now.
really cool?
Yes, show me the thing. Oh my gosh, that was like the sickest thing I've seen all year. That was so cool. What is that called?
This is a Wraith Knight.
A Wraith Knight? Oh my gosh, I just
Wraith.
watched a Wraith Knight jump over a ship. It was amazing. It was
A
just-
ship.
It's not a ship, is that a
It's
turret?
a hover tank.
It's a hover tank? Okay, guys, cut me some slack. I'm learning about Warhammer 40k, okay? This is 40k, right?
Yes.
Okay, cool. I got the genre right. Wraith Knights are cool. 10 out of 10 would smash. Colossus Gates are sick as fuck. That looks so cool. Uncle Roger is always entertaining. I can't remember off the top of my head the names of some of my other favorite Asian content creators. Obviously, John here is one of them. Who else do I love?
Make it jump again.
Oh my gosh, that's so cool. That's so cool. I can't quite remember. Their names will probably come to me like next stream, maybe tomorrow. I'll drop it in the Discord later. Yeah. Anyway, I love thin skin dumplings. Thin skin dumpling for mouthfeel. That's where it's at. That's where it's at. Alright, continuing. Starting to get off topic. My brain is just all over the place right now.
Damn, my scallions are great. It tastes very white, but like not in the way that you might be thinking. I think I'm talking about
Lol.
like it's clean tasting. It's not bad at all. It's just not very exciting, is what I'm trying to say. It is inoffensive chicken dumpling, but this is not bad.
He
It's
could
not
have
a
just
bad
said
dumpling.
bland. Why did he have to say
I mean,
white?
like,
That's
I'm very
weird.
happy to put some dipping sauce.
Not
on it.
judging.
And the
But he could
dipping
have just
sauce
said bland.
itself is a little bit
Is that why he
sweet,
said
it's a
white?
little bit
Was he thinking
savory,
like
it'll
regular
probably
white
really
rice?
wake
Does he
this
think
thing
white
right
rice is
up.
bland? Maybe.
Yes,
the
but
matter,
the
buddy?
problem is because it's
What's the
chicken
matter?
and
Does
like
he have water?
cabbage is very overpowered by the sauce.
I need water too.
And
He's-
there's not
what
much
are you
to it
barking?
afterwards. This will
What's
taste
the matter,
like whatever
bud?
sauce you put on it and not really add much to the sauce itself.
It's Big Bark.
As far as texture
That's
goes,
Big Bark.
though,
Does he have to
it's
pee?
actually great. This has a good bite to
Gotta
it.
go bathroom?
The wrapper itself
Gotta go?
has
Gotta
a
go
nice
potty?
chew, regardless of being very thin. It's not
No?
mushy.
You just hungry?
It's not
He
overly
should have food.
soft.
I filled his
It
bowl.
was cooked very well, but yeah, as long as
Is
you
it
cook
really?
it well, this is actually a decent dumpling with a good chew. Just not very exciting. Next up is Trader
That was
Joe's
the last of the bags.
Gyoza pot stickers, and in this we've got
Come here,
pork,
bud.
cabbage, onion, water, green onion,
Basil,
soy
come here.
sauce at the start, which is very encouraging because before it was just like chicken, a whole bunch of other stuff, and then those like ingredients that actually add flavor. So I've got high hopes for this one. Do people know that the best dumplings are like the ones that taste good just boiled? Like if your dumpling has to be pan-seared to taste good, then it's just not a great dumpling.
It's not good. It's not a good dumpling. Yeah, I agree.
Admittedly, cooking
If your dumpling
dumplings is
needs
not the most
anything
exciting thing to
other
cook.
than
I mean,
to
I'm
be
excited, but,
like cooked to
I can
temperature,
eat it, so.
it's not a good dumpling. Your dumpling shouldn't need
This is
sauce. It should have
nice.
a good
Alright,
standing
these are
alone
the
base flavor on its
pork
own.
filling dumplings from Trader Joe's. Good skin. That's flavor. Proper flavor. Got like no bad things to say about this filling. You've got lots of onion flavors in there. There's like garlic. There's a little bit of sweetness in there. The aftertastes for these dumplings have skewed a little bit sweet on the sweet side. So like maybe they used white
There's probably-
onions.
yeah, there's
maybe
probably,
like
like, sugar.
the Vidalia onions.
Something
even.
that can caramelize.
It's very good with the soy sauce too, because it's like sweet and savory on sweet and savory. So I would say the Trader Joe's dumplings, they were fine. They were just like really, there was not much to them. They were both, I would just say, inoffensive. If you don't eat dumplings a lot, they could possibly be pretty good, but you know, there's just not a lot to them. Let's move on. Now we're gonna get into Ling Ling brand, which is made by Ajinomoto, which is the people that I get my MSG from. This one actually comes with a dipping sauce. Let's get this boiling. And
I've personally
we'll eat it
never
with the
had
dipping sauce that it came
Ling
with.
Ling brand anything, but I've heard good things about them.
Hello. Oh, big stretch.
Eggy, an eggy for the baby. Aw, that's precious.
Oh, the
Got to
plates on
get the
this one
baby
are quite
protein.
nice.
Protein's very
These are
important.
some machine pleats. Look at that. You can tell that they're made by machine because they're like pressed and not like folded.
Yeah.
But it doesn't really make that much of a difference. The oniony flavor comes, I can tell from like scallions, garlic. The wrapper itself doesn't have as good of a texture as the Trader Joe's wrappers. I can just tell there's like more white pepper in this, which is like a plus. More spice is always a plus. Wheat flour, cabbage, pork, water.
I'm a
The
black
oniony
pepper
flavor comes from green
person.
onions. Yes, there you go.
I like
Ginger,
white pepper
sesame
for
oil,
aesthetics,
spice,
but like
dehydrated garlic.
unless
Alright.
I'm dealing with someone
Let's
that doesn't
try
want
the sauce
black
that
pepper
came
in their
with
mac
it.
and cheese,
Just
you're
a
getting
little.
black pepper on your food.
Alright.
Like, sorry.
There
Black
we
pepper is
go.
just amazing.
It smells
Especially
very
like
buttery.
fresh.
It
Thank
smells
you. You don't have to bring
tangy.
me
Okay.
food. Especially a freshly cracked
It's like your run-of-the-mill sweet and sour.
black peppercorn. What'd you say?
It's nice. The sourness
Oh, it's for
kinda
you?
cuts through it. But again, I
You
don't know
handed it
why,
to me.
like, these brands, they're just scared of making it
Did you have an
really
accident?
flavorful, which is like dumplings are
Poor
supposed
guy.
to be really flavorful. Dumplings are like little pockets of flavor. How it compares to the Trader Joe's dumplings, I would put this probably like on equal footing. Trader Joe's chicken is like a D, and then this would be like a C,
You need a
but
dumpling
none of them
cheerless.
are inedible. It's kind of the best baseline to do. Well, let's move
No,
on.
it's not. Not the best baseline at all. Can I have a bite of your
Here we
cereal?
go. Mini wontons.
I'm taking a bite. I'm
Wontons are
tasting.
like categorically different than dumplings, but they're more like a filled noodle, which is not the same thing. But I think for the purposes of how these are made, these might still just be
Thank you.
dumplings as opposed to wontons. They're quite cute though. Like, look at these.
They're so cute.
So cute.
I can't wait to see what he thinks about these. These are so far one of my favorite brands.
Hey, he's so cute. It's adorable. And actually, it's like got nicely folded pleats too.
It does,
Folded
it does.
Pleats usually mean that they're like made by hand, although machines are like really fancy these days.
Machines can pleat these days.
Ooh, oh. Flavor.
Yes,
What's
thank
in there?
you.
Is this a noodle? Wait, what is this? This was in my dumpling, and I think this might be like maybe konjac or some kind of noodle. Oop,
Or you dropped it. Is it sweet
kind
potato?
of like a vermicelli noodle, which I've never experienced in a wonton before. I don't hate it. Glass noodles.
so good.
Huh. I like it.
So good. I love
Cilantro,
glass
green
noodles.
onions.
I love japchae.
Not much soy sauce, sugar, salt. This is the best one that I've had so far.
Thank
With
you!
the
Oh my
chicken
gosh, okay, give me
sauce,
pause.
Just a little bit.
Oh my goodness. I'm so validated right now. These dumplings are so good. I'm telling you. For macros, for mouthfeel, for mealtime, for convenience, the frozen BBQ chicken dumplings, so good. They're so good. I'd be surprised if they're not like S tier by the end of this video. I'd be so surprised. Also, he has like a acorn squash or like a pumpkin on his cutting board. I love acorn squash. I freaking love pumpkin. It's so good. Wait, did they have any meat? Yes, chicken, I believe. I don't think they were veggie dumplings. They were chicken or pork. All of these dumplings have had meat in them. I don't think he's had a veggie dumpling. I don't think he's going for a veggie dumpling. Because most restaurants don't serve. Well, all of the restaurants that I go to, I've never seen like a veggie dumpling option at a Chinese restaurant. Will you back up the video? Let's see if they have this on the ingredient list.
Kind of like a vermicelli noodle.
I think he
which
flashes
I've
it
never
here.
experienced in a wonton before. I don't hate it.
Yeah, right here.
Glass noodles. Huh. I like it. Cilantro, green onions, not much soy sauce, sugar, salt. This is the best one that I've had so far. With the
Yeah, but it
sweet
says
dipping
chicken and
sauce,
cilantro
Just a little bit.
on the bag. Did you see the
The
bag
texture of the wrapper isn't much.
when he listed the
Like,
ingredients?
it
I didn't see
literally
it. Yeah, I think there's chicken in them.
disintegrates and falls apart flavor-wise.
You did? Yeah. Okay, good.
Excellent. Like, I love
Awesome.
that I could taste the cilantro
Chicken dumplings,
in there.
amazing,
Chicken
amazing.
is super
I'm telling you,
neutral as a result.
this
Find
is
this to
such
be
a
the
good
most
brand.
Interesting flavored one we've had so far. Texture.
Can we
is
pause?
Just, yeah.
Did
maybe
you
it's
know-
not there. This one definitely.
You know it's legit, okay? Because an autistic person with texture issues will eat these. Okay, and I fixate on stuff. Okay, I fixate on stuff. These are one of my favorite foods. This is a safe food. That's how you know it's good. That's how you know it's good. If an autistic person goes to the same restaurant and orders the same thing, that's how you know the food is good. What do you mean you only ever get X, Y, and Z dish? We've been going here for 2 years and you only get this. Yes, because it's the only good thing on the menu. If an autistic person will eat it for weeks on end, you can guarantee that a neurotypical person would probably love it. I'm not even gonna lie. But there are like everybody has like depression meals. Do you know what I mean? One of my depression meals is rice porridge. I don't see a lot of people eat rice porridge. I think it's totally like a southern thing. Some people are like, "Oh, it's a black people thing." But it's every culture has their version of rice porridge. Um, correct me if I'm wrong. Koreans have congee. Germans have like a sweet rice porridge that they do. My mom has a rice porridge that she does. So there's like a southern version, obviously. I think I've done a I don't know if it was a Jamaican version or like a Nigerian dish. I don't want to assume the where I got the recipe from, but I did have a version before. Excuse me, that added cardamom and bay leaf and allspice and cinnamon and butter, and it was lovely. I don't have it often just because I don't like it without the bay leaf. The bay leaf actually adds a lot to it, but everybody has their version of like a struggle meal, like a depression meal. So like those are obviously omitted. What I'm talking about is like food items that neurotypical people would normally eat. So if an autistic person goes somewhere and likes the steak, that's how you know it's consistent. Like every single time it tastes the same. Otherwise they wouldn't eat it. You know? If an autistic person goes to like a mom and pop shop with like egg wow, buddy, you stink. Sorry, my puppy just tooted. I'm so happy you're happy. Um, he's happy baby on the bed. Um, Oh yeah, if an autistic person goes to the hole in the wall like mom and pop shop and gets the same like pancake plate with sausage and eggs or something. Oh, that's interesting. Sorry, I just got some very harrowing news. Um, yeah. Um, wow, that's a bombshell. Anyway, anyway, that's how you know the food is good. If autistic people are going somewhere, um, and they're eating the same thing, that's how you know the food quality is consistent. Um, anyway, moving on. Back to the video. Sorry about that segue.
Definitely relies on being fried to be good. Bibigo? C plus.
What? It's a C? Crazy.
Now the start of our Chinese pantry, the Weichun brand. The stuff that I grew up with as a kid, though I don't eat very much of this brand now, although many
I suspect his palate like to be a bit more broad than mine. This is just the best brand of frozen dumpling that I found that I like. If it's a C plus for him, that's fine. He's from Asian descent. I'm sure his palate is much more refined than my American one. I'm okay with that.
Salt, ginger, white pepper, sugar, preservatives. The wrapper itself is just water, flour, egg whites, and salt. Why does this Chinese brand put egg whites in the flour of their dumplings? It makes it chewier. It increases the protein content of the dumpling wrapper, which makes for a more satisfying bite. Let's see if we notice.
Oh, the Bibigo brand are also budget friendly. These other brands might not be as budget friendly.
So all right, first thing off the bat, this is, I think this is a chicken filling dumpling. It's long. It is not very attractive, but we're gonna try it. Yeah, she ain't pretty, but she's good. Can I feel the egg white in this compared to the other dumplings?
Probably not.
Yes, but only because I'm looking for it.
Okay, fair.
There is a very distinct flavor of Chinese cooking wine in these. You don't know what it is until like you go without it. It adds so much in such a subtle way to the dumpling. I would say this is kind of like on par with the pork. Sorry. Takes the sauce very well, but The wrapper's good. And believe it or not, a wrapper can make or break a dumpling. So,
Hot take, this
Nice.
guy just wanted to eat
see,
like 15
Solid
dumplings in
C.
one sitting.
here we go.
This
These are
guy
the
just
first
wanted
food
an excuse to go
service-
buy 10 bags of dumplings.
It used to say for food service.
It's
I
a-
don't think it
base,
does
base,
anymore. Interesting.
base,
In
base
ingredients,
content.
pork
I
is the first
appreciate
thing,
it. I
cabbage is
appreciate
the second
the
thing,
content.
Water and black mushrooms.
This is my kind of
The
content.
Ingredients of the wrapper is just flour, water, cornstarch to stop them from sticking to each other, and salt. Very simple, which is generally like the best. This is probably the most simple ingredient list that we've come across so far. Let's eat them.
No. Lay down. Go to your room.
What's he
I
sad
gotta
about?
say, now that I'm looking
Does
at
he have
all
to
of them
potty?
side by side, like
No?
the Trader
Just
Joe's
being
or
weird?
bowling brands
No, buddy.
really did have
No,
the
buddy.
nicest pleats.
You're okay.
Although that does not mean like these
Did you
dumplings
take a
are
potty?
not attractive
Does he have food?
whatsoever.
I just fed him food and water.
Okay. What do you want, bud? What do you want?
That's good. Lots
No,
of flavor.
no time for
There's
play.
Soy sauce.
We'll play later.
There's garlic. There's onions.
Play later?
Not
Go lay
much
down.
for like
Go take a nap.
that black
Take a nap?
mushroom texture, but it's a dumpling that you could eat on its own because the filling
No.
just has so
Hi,
much
buddy.
No,
flavor
sir.
in it.
We're not
But
gonna be
because
barked,
these
okay?
dumplings are
sir.
so flavorful,
Not right now.
they don't really need that much.
No.
You can add just like a drop
No.
of soy sauce. You can add a drop of chili oil.
We
which
see you. We love
is
you.
spicy, but there really is not much innate flavor to a chili
Like a
oil.
baby.
Chili
Pay some
oil needs a
attention.
bit of salt to
Come here,
like
I'll give you
activate it.
pet
And there's
pats.
enough in this
A pet
dumpling
baby.
to make just
A
the
pet
oil
baby.
taste good.
Hi, baby.
Mm.
Hi,
Oh, this is
baby.
yummy though.
Good boy.
It was really yummy.
Good boy.
We have gotten to the last brand.
biting.
This one is Wei Fong
No
brand
biting.
of Chinese
No,
dumplings.
no biting.
It used to also
That's
say
not
for
nice.
food service
Be
on
good.
this, but I think people
Like a
have
baby.
like
No pet pats.
clued into how
No
good
biting.
these are, and now just everyone buys
Hey,
them.
Nice.
The ingredients for the
That's
dough here
You
are a
okay, buddy?
lot more robust
he wanna lay
than
down?
the last brand. There's
Like in his room, you
enriched
think?
flour in here
doubt
with
that
all
too.
of like, you know, the
There's
vitamins that you
scratches?
put
Come get some
into
scratchies.
enriched flour, riboflavin, folic acid, all that good stuff. Water, soybean, and egg whites in this again. The filling is ground pork,
Calm down,
cabbage,
buddy.
soy sauce, ginger,
okay?
sugar, MSG, scallion salt, sesame seed oil, and pepper, which I'm going to assume is white pepper. Now, the thing that makes these dumplings very unique, and I'll just show you. Look how small these guys are. They're so tiny. They're like the size of my thumbnail. And
They
they're
are
so
small. What?
plump and fat. Like, these things are filled. But that being said, they're still really small. And like, the way that you enjoy these the most is to kind of like cook lots and lots and lots of these, and you kind of enjoy them like cereal. And like, can you just imagine how good that is? That's just like a bowl
does
of
sound good.
cereal, but the cereal
But
was pork
dumpling.
dumplings, and then, like, the soup would be the
That
meat.
scratches
It's a
something in my
great
brain.
experience. I highly recommend it. Okay. Oh no, they got scallions on them. No! They're so cute. They look like they're dancing with each other.
They're so baby. They're so baby.
Bring these guys out. Look how small they are. Oh, they're so teeny. I love
They're
them.
baby. Just a
Now
little
people are gonna be
guy.
like, oh my god, you're so biased. To be like, maybe, like,
I like
I'm
tiny
biased
things.
to the thing that tastes good.
Too cute.
But like, watch me get super disappointed at this on its own. That would be like exactly what I deserve. But
That'd be really sad.
no,
Are they amazing?
no, these are fantastic. Not as
Awesome.
flavorful
They're
as the
baby
one
and they're
before,
awesome. Win
but
W.
still
W
quite
dumpling.
flavorful. But the thing is, the texture on this is so
Seems kinda mushy.
good. It's like
Oh,
the
it's
meat
good?
is juicy and it's bouncy.
Yeah, but it's got like
and,
a thick
even though
wrapper.
these
I
are,
guess you
like,
kind of have to
super,
have
super
a
small,
thicker
you'd think you'd
wrapper.
be getting like a lot of like
Excuse me,
just
with
dough
such a
in this.
small,
These things
with such a
are
smaller caliber of
packed.
dumpling.
They're tiny little fat boys, and they're great. They take
They're little
to
babies.
sauces
Chubby little
very
baby
well.
dumplings.
They take to soups
Ah,
very well because then you
something
can
about
eat it
that
like
just
a
warms
cereal.
my soul.
But same logic as the previous ones go, with a little bit
Look
of
at the
vinegar,
sticker
with a little bit of broth.
on his
As with
his
any
heating
of the
plate.
other
It says
dumplings,
Kung
they would all
Fu,
really taste
and
good,
it's a
but do they
dumpling.
taste
That's
good on their
adorable.
own?
Is that
They do.
merch?
And they're
I wonder if
fun
that's
to eat.
merch. Hi, buddy.
So I would say that the Li Chun
What's going
and
on?
this brand, this
Nothing?
Weifang
Okay.
brand, would be my like A tier
I need
dumplings
water.
because of flavor, because
Sorry, I
of
should have told
texture,
you.
and the way that
I don't know if we
they're
have any
just like
water that's
so
cold.
good, just plainly boiled.
Thank you.
Excellent. Nobody's gonna have like a terrible time with any of these brands,
I shall say.
but you will have the best time with the right brand. So, and when it comes to the Chinese brands of dumplings, I showed you in the grocery store just how many different kinds of boiled dumplings that there are. Just the fillings alone just takes up a massive amounts of shelf space. There are different versions of those small tiny ones that I did. There are only a couple of different types of the food service ones that I did, the ones that were like the Lifong ones. They only do a couple, but they do a couple really well. The Weifang brand that also like, you know, that didn't do as well as the Bibigo for their chicken.
Our floor is actually at an angle, so every time we like move the chair,
if you want
it
to see
creaks.
me try all of those,
Because our
let
floor
me
is at
know
an
in the
angle.
comments, because frankly, I feel like there's going to be quite a few of you that says
And they're
justice
old.
for
They're very
Weifang.
old chairs.
How dare he
Both
compare
the chairs are like
a
5 years
chicken
old.
filling dumpling with like other brands. So yeah, we can have Weifang, you know, come back with a vengeance.
Catch
We'll
you for
try some
water.
different types. I just grabbed the first of like the ones that they had the most of, thinking that they had like the biggest turnover and they were the most popular. But yeah, let me know in the comments if you want to see that video. Be happy to try them because I just get to eat more dumplings. This channel is back with a vengeance, and we'll be here every other week with a new long form video. So like and subscribe, and we will see you soon.
Awesome. Very good video. Very good video. Good video. We watched the Cyberpunk thing. We watched that. Can you close out of some of these? And the last one, and the first one. And what's left? Have you or hubby seen any ho_math videos? No. No, we have not. Do you recommend them? What kind of content do they do? Is it like girl math? Or is it just like girl dinner? Is it like that? Is it brain rot genre, or is it like, is it cringe compilations of TikTok women, or like what should we expect? I personally don't like stupid content for stupid sake, like the bro podcast. Yes and no. Oh, I don't know if I'm gonna like it then. To be completely honest with you, I don't really like stupid humor. It goes over my head. It's kind of my autism. It's actually well explained societal stuff and dating. Ew.
Sounds like the whatever.
Yeah, it sounds like the Whatever podcast. I don't like the Whatever podcast, and I don't like anything about dating. It's not. Wait, it's not humor. Oh, so it's like rundowns? Is it like social experiments or like surveys or something, or is it just video essays about the current state of these situations? Can you lower the chat? It's like paused. It's not scrolling. Oh, very. It's not humor, lol, veritism codes. Oh, so it's like an in-depth look at stuff. Okay. Yeah. I can see us checking that out sometime. The what was I saying about? I forgot. Graphs and stuff. Oh, so it's analytical. It's got math in it. I like shit with math in it. Make
no reasonable person.
You're bad, lol. Don't worry. Make brain go burr. Math make brain go burr. The No, I don't. I've never liked stupid humor. I've never been able to finish Dumb and Dumber. I just know like references from those movies because my family's quote them so much, but I've never been able to sit through like a Dumb and Dumber movie or anything like that just because stupid for stupid sake is like I feel my IQ points jumping off a cliff whenever I watch content like that. Not a Monty Python fan. I think Monty Python was the exception because I watched it when I was so young actually.
Before the tism took a
Yes, before I grew up and developed crippling autism. Before my brain was like, fuck you. before I hit puberty and everything went south. But before all the trauma set in, back when my parents actually loved me and I was able to watch a movie without thinking anything of it or its impact on my life. Stupid, stupid stuff. Yeah, I was able to enjoy it when times were much more easier. I do like Monty Python, and I like The Princess Bride.
Princess Bride is really good.
Yeah, I like The Princess Bride. Can we look at? I guess we'll play this video. We'll get some more reaction content going. I'm kind of tired of reacting to Techie, not gonna lie.
He has. And that's okay.
We
I
love
understand. I'm a very
Techie,
intimidating
but all
individual
of
in real
these
life.
videos
I
that we're
wouldn't want to
watching,
talk to
I'm
you to my
not
face either.
necessarily
But I hold
caught
no
up
bad
on.
blood
So I'm
towards
kind
her
of just
whatsoever. I
taking his
think she's
opinion
very
and word for
sweet. I'm
things.
very happy for her and
But
Enemy.
at the same time, I don't have
understand. Like, if you're
I don't have
struggling,
time
why don't you go to like a cheap
to
buffet?
care about
Then you
every
just go to the
content creator
buffet and you have like
that's
all you
online.
can eat stuff, and then just like save the food when people aren't looking.
Okay. So
Are you suggesting we steal
encouraging poor people to steal? Well, that's a little
steal
bit retarded.
food?
I mean, we
That's
all know Tattoo's
insane.
not really the brightest. I mean, we all remember when she had to be removed
I agree
from the
that like
MCK
some
tax stream
buffets, especially some
because she is
specials,
a
you
raging
do get a
alcoholic.
lot of bang for the buck.
Encouraging poor
There's a
people to
Chinese
just
restaurant that does an
steal
$8
for them
buffet. I think on
is a little
Sundays
bit
here
fucking retarded.
around
So yeah,
around
problem is
lunchtime.
that's against the law.
Now that's
Was it
gonna get
not?
clipped out
Was
of
it the wrong
context.
day?
You're gonna get
I have
hate
no
threats
idea what you're
everywhere.
talking about. I've never
Okay.
seen a buffet for $8.
Now let me ask you a question.
Going to CC's.
What
Really?
could possibly
Yep.
be
Okay.
the full context?
Well, maybe
That
not
was
necessarily like a Chinese buffet
that
or anything,
was
but
the
there
full
are buffets
context. Right,
around
we'll
that do
rewatch
cheap
this.
deals. And by
This is
cheap,
a
I mean
standalone
anywhere
film.
from like
Like, I
we'll
don't
say like
understand.
12
Like,
to
if you're struggling,
$14
why don't you go to like a cheap
a
buffet?
person around like
And you
lunch
just go to the
slash
buffet and you
dinner
have
time.
like all you can eat stuff, and then
You
just
get
like
a lot of
save
food.
the food when people aren't looking.
Like
Now that's
I don't
gonna get
know.
clipped out of context.
I always
That's
try to
in
get my
full
money. Okay,
context.
can we pause the video?
Right, that's in full context. It was a
Because I'm just talking over Techie. The way you get your money's worth at a buffet, especially at like an American buffet or like any buffet that does like a large selection of meat, is that you eat the meat. The protein is gonna fill you up anyway, and you actually get your money's worth. Like period. Like don't fill up on bread. Don't fill up on pasta. Like don't
Gotta do is skip the carbs.
yeah, just skip carbs. Don't do sugary drinks or anything. So you're like, because some people charge extra, some buffets charge extra for fountain drinks. Just ask for a water or
I'm always getting a Dr. Pepper.
or a tea if you can't just have a plain water. But get a tea. Go straight for protein. Gouge them of their money's worth. Okay, they can't technically cut you off. You're a paying customer.
They actually can.
Well, some establishments will. A majority of establishments won't, because they don't expect you to know the hack. The hack is that you go straight for protein and you get as much of it as you can, and you can end up eating, depending on where you're at, anywhere from we'll lowball it, $30 to $60 worth of protein for a fifth of the price. Like that is how you buffet. I buffet wrong because being at buffets makes me very health conscious. Okay, so I get a salad and I get a soup.
Boring.
I know I'm very boring. Sometimes I get protein. If they have like a special that they're doing, I will try that. But most of the time, I just fill up on soup because I'm a simple person and I'm autistic, and that is like a very big factor in what I pick at buffets, especially Chinese buffets. I always get like a wonton soup. I always go for fruit. I always go for vegetables that I know that I'm gonna like. If something has a weird texture, I won't eat it. And unfortunately, it goes to waste. But it just means that like I'm not, I can't really explore food the way that other people can explore food. But the way that you get your money's worth at a buffet is to, straight for protein, get your money's worth, gouge them of like $60 if you're at like a 60 to 100 and some odd dollars if you're at a steakhouse. Before they cut you off, or if you're at an American buffet before they can cut you off, or like a barbecue plate buffet or anything like that. Very very Western mentions, yes I know. But if you're at a Chinese buffet, go for protein, go for chicken, go for vegetables. Don't get a fountain drink. Just eat meat, guys. Seriously.
Actually, one of the hacks is to get a fountain drink because carbonated beverages allow you to eat more.
Do they really? I did not know that. If you guys pick that up, carbonated beverages. I like to eat more, so don't fill up on water. Apparently,
Yep.
especially
Don't exercise.
yeah, especially if no, not a lot of moving whenever you're scouring the buffet for their money's worth. Um, you what was I gonna say? The thought is gone. Oh, getting fountain drink at a buffet is not bad, especially if you can't afford to get soda at your own place. So if you really want to shell out a few extra dollars on a meal, go straight for protein, get some soda, get your money's worth, get out. Right? Especially if you're especially if you're like training or doing any kind of like strength training, either willingly or unwillingly. I mean unwillingly by like you're either being forced to uh by your personal trainer, your friends, or your employer. Um anyway, uh the buffets. Buffets are very good. Not as economically savvy these days. I think with rising restaurant costs and just how much less like the American populace specifically has room and time to go out unless you're like within a certain tax bracket. But suggesting that people steal from these buffets is crazy. Is crazy. But I can't like hate it because I've seen the amount of food waste that goes on in big establishments here in America. I did work around food for a very long time. I've worked in many chain restaurants. The amount of food waste at the end of the line always appalled me. It's disturbing to have grown up with nothing, uh, to grow up in a single parent household, um, and see that amount of food just be thrown away. It's just being hungry changes you, and you never look at food the same way. My mom specifically, I don't mean to trauma dump or anything, but she worked very hard to make sure that we were fed, and some nights went without food herself to make sure that we were fed. So seeing that amount of food waste, I can understand why some people would be inclined to steal, but stealing is never the answer. You guys, stealing is never the answer. There are food and soup kitchens and what are they called? Yeah, there are food and soup kitchens and what am I thinking of? I forgot the word. Anyway, there are soup kitchens and resources available for people that may not have enough money to feed themselves for the month. For families that may not have enough money to feed themselves, we've had to visit them when I was a kid. We dealt with them during COVID. At times are just really hard for everybody. I promise you, stealing is never the answer. There are resources for you. There are people out there that will give you money to feed yourself. I'm not gonna condone. That doesn't mean I'm gonna sit here and condone like the same, the. What am I trying to say? I can't speak. I'm very very sorry. I don't condone panhandling. Um, simply because at least in my specific area, a lot of the people that do it or people that cater to it or practice it are not very well off individuals, but often by their own doing, like drug addicts, unfortunately, and mentally ill people. But there should be there should be more resources for people out there. But like stealing is not the answer. Crimes equal bad, corporate greed equal bad. Is that like crimes equal bad, corporate greed equal bad? crimes equal bad. Bad corporate greed equal bad. Yes, I agree. I agree. Doing bad doesn't undo someone else's bad. Oh, exactly. Yes, that's exactly. Thank you for explaining that because my brain was having a fart. Doing bad doesn't undo someone else's bad. I'm summing up what you were trying to say. Yes, I appreciate that. Thank you. I do appreciate that. Thank you for telling me to shut up. Back to the video.
Retarded ass thing to say. It was retarded. Well, it's superior. It was retarded. Let's keep going here.
You're gonna get hate threats everywhere.
Yeah. Well, the other thing,
The internet loves hating women now.
That's
Well, it's not really that the internet loves hating women. It's just that on average, the women who have megaphones on the internet are retarded, and that's the truth.
True.
Right? Like,
Based.
people want to say, "Oh, man, the internet loves hating on women." No, the women who are at the top are just retarded. And there's a lot of women who have succeeded solely off their looks. I would love for any of these streamers like Cutie Cinderella, Valkyrae, Pokimane to make it without a webcam. Spoiler, they won't. And so when women get the same merit and the outreach of men, but men, a lot more likely than not, got big due to their personality and their wit, whereas women, and I'm sorry, and Cutie Cinderella has admitted this herself, being beautiful is not a bonus as a woman, it's a requirement. And so a lot of beautiful women have gone up to the top, but because they are beautiful, they are used to other people carrying the conversation for them. I'm sure many of you guys who have spoken to a beautiful woman have realized, well, there's not really that much going on underneath the surface because they're used to other people carrying the conversation for them as people attempt to court them. So women, especially beautiful women, are usually fucking retarded. Not all the time. Not all the time. There are outliers, and that's where men go to find those people.
On the other side of that, as someone who is virtually unattractive in the eyes of a mass majority of society, I've dealt with the opposite. Whereas I have things to talk about and people don't want to talk to me. Just to give you guys like the other side of that is beautiful women don't have to like do anything for conversations and for people want to talk to them, and women that are not necessarily like of that same caliber, either in like physical, like well, I'll just come out and say it, in physical and facial stature, you're not granted the same luxury. Like people don't want to talk to you for anything, especially some, I won't say all, but a majority of men, a lot of men don't want to talk to you. And I think that's sad. I think people should talk to each other. I think ugly people should talk to each other. I think pretty people should talk to each other. I think ugly and pretty people should talk to each other. People should just talk to each other. Period. If people talk to each other more, and society wasn't based off of solely like good looks, as shallow as society is, if society was less shallow, we'd probably be better. Just as a society, we'd probably have less assassination attempts. Probably. It's probably a long shot, but there would probably be less assassination attempts if people would just stop staring at each other's, ogling each other's eyeballs, and like just talk to each other. That's why that's one of the things that's really great about the internet, is that on the internet it doesn't necessarily matter what you look like. It's a bonus, to have a good face card, especially as a male. But I agree with what that other person mentioned. I think being pretty, being societally acceptable or accepted as beautiful is a requirement nowadays. Anyway, back to the video.
They need to find the outliers. But it's not that men love shitting on women. It's the people with the biggest outreach are fucking retarded. Pokimane's fucking retarded. Valkyrie's fucking retarded. QT Cinderella's retarded.
Oh, Zaza.
Sophie Rain is fucking retarded.
From the Kingsman drama.
Is fucking retarded. Billie
Don't forget
Eilish
that one.
Retarded. Now there are
Yeah,
some
Kingsman.
smart women, Kirsten,
No, he's a Marvel
incredibly smart
Rivals
woman.
streamer.
Okay, Kitsunero.
Yeah, it was
incredibly
ran off
smart
the
woman.
internet by a bunch of
Paula, incredibly
bully
smart woman.
women
The
content
problem is,
creators.
they're not the big
Oh,
guys.
that's
They're
right. In
Yeah.
down
that
there in the
tournament.
Do you
slums.
remember that?
Yeah.
Yeah,
The big
that guy.
Yeah, those
street women
bitches.
are retarded. I honestly can't think of an exception to the
So
rule.
hard to like.
I can't think of a smart woman who is like at the top of the streaming world who's actually like has above Somalian IQ. And I'm really not trying to be a fucking dickhead. I love women. That shit, man. I'm getting married, but I'm just being real.
Half are
All the
slightly
women at the
autistic,
top
it's
right
true.
now are retarded. I'm not
Am I
trying to be a
retarded?
jackass,
I might be a
but
little
like
retarded.
who?
XD.
Like who are the smart ones?
If autism equal
Like even
retarded,
in the VTuber scene, like
guys,
Iron Mouse is at
I'm
the
sorry
top.
to break
And
it to you.
she's
I have the
retarded.
retarded.
I'm sitting here.
I have a little
I'm sitting here
retarded.
literally looking for like who's a woman who's not retarded. You know what I mean? And the other thing is the women who are retarded at the top and they're not being stupid about it, they just don't say shit, right? So they're either nonverbal or they're retarded. So like, who? I literally can't even think of a single name. Cinna is smart, brother. She had to grift by flirting with top male streamers, and in order to get more viewers, she had to act more black. Now, I will admit, Cinna is a very smart businesswoman for doing that. But even still, who thinks, there's some controversy going on right now? You know whose opinion I need? I need Cinna's. No one. You're not thinking that, okay? Shoe on head. Shoe on head. But Shoe on head is not a streamer, right?
Sean Head is a
not
content
streamer.
creator.
Shoe on head, though, very smart. That is a great one.
Sean Head
a
is
good-looking
educated. We
woman,
love Sean
and
Head.
she's an intellectual. And that's what I mean. You have to find the outliers. But the majority of women at the
Sean
top got
Head's
there by
smart.
looks. And they're
We appreciate
stupid.
you.
So if you want to know why it's not misogyny, it's that the people leading the charge are stupid.
Whenever Ray opens up her mouth, there's about 6-7 new hate threads.
Here's the thing. Just word of advice.
Yeah.
As a rich woman like yourself, never say, "Why don't poor people just?" Never. If the sentence starts with that, don't bother, even if it's right.
Why don't the blacks just?
Oh.
I feel like this is inspirational. If you are struggling in life, I feel like there's two.
If you're homeless, just get a home. Duh. Also,
Forehead.
very
If you're homeless, get home. Forehead.
Miserable
If
individual,
depression,
but ridiculously
just
funny.
Options.
smile. Forehead. If depression, be happy.
When I'm
Forehead.
struggling in life, I feel like there's two options for you. So either
Go ahead. Suicide or prostitution?
It's getting worse.
whatever. Okay, go to buffets and spend the minimum amount and get all the food and just wait until no one's looking at you and like bring Tupperware and put it there. Okay, or go to jail. Because if you go to jail, all your food is free.
True.
Your accommodation is free.
This is good advice.
What
Solid.
else? What else is?
I would like to say I have no hatred in my heart for Kachi whatsoever. I have no hatred whatsoever. Right? I think it's wonderful that she is saying this and trying to help the poor in her infinite wisdom. But she's just not really too bright now, is she?
There, you know?
I don't see how she could get hate for this take.
Yeah.
I don't see it.
I don't think
as long as you don't get like the death penalty.
Do you think things can get worse for you, Nick?
Well, it can't be worse than his last one. I would like to firmly say everybody shits on NMP, and they always say, "Oh, Milena was so good." Milena was a stupid ass bitch, and
I have no idea who
that
these
shit
people are.
since day one. Stupid, conniving ass. I hope she don't get a dime from NMP. I don't give a fuck what nobody says. I think NMP's great. I just think, like, listen, the worst thing NMP's ever done was make a fucking shit ass joke, and it didn't land.
Yeah.
It was gay as we all know the joke. We don't even got to talk about it.
Yeah,
but
he's
other than that,
fine.
I think NMP's great. Yep.
Chance, she might have just given the worst take that this pod has
Hey,
ever
buddy.
had.
Okay, explain why
You want
that's
some
bad.
tension?
Okay, if you have no job, no family, no friends.
Yeah, why don't you just commit crimes? Yeah, kind of a, retarded ass take. Hate poor
Puppies?
people. So do we.
Hi, buddy. Pick a baby.
Insane
Some tension?
follow-up.
No, that's my
Can
one.
we stop giving
Yeah, I got
dumb
it.
whores
Oh, baby.
microphones?
Why are you so
Seen but
sad?
not heard. We need to go back to that.
Okay. Okay.
Damn,
You
I'm
have food, water,
disappointed. I
and
really
wet
thought she
potty.
had a
And you
brilliant
have
intellect.
bone. And you
I
have
know,
toy.
man. I
And big
know.
soft bed.
Yep.
You okay?
She didn't get canceled for hailing Hitler. She's getting canceled for this trash tag, bro. That shit was based. That shit was so funny. Anyways, women, just learn to be pretty for the camera and just stop talking. It's okay.
Oh, that video was so funny. It was honestly so funny. What's the matter, buddy?
I am
What's the
really
matter?
afraid.
Hey, don't bonk your head. Be careful, kiddo. No, no paws. That's mean. You're gonna scratch up everybody's arms. Be nice, babies. Hello. My dog's very needy right now. Chepsky is very, very needy right now. What's the matter, buddy? What's the matter? What is it? What are you trying to tell us? What are you trying to tell us? You have food and water. Did you feed him, babe?
Yep.
He ate it already?
Yep.
Hi, buddy. Were you hungry? Is he still hungry, you think?
Yeah, bitch.
Do you want to give him some seconds? Why not?
Because he doesn't need seconds.
Doesn't need seconds? Okay. You know what? He did have a lot of food this morning. You okay, buddy? Nom, 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 nom. Nom, 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 nom. He's so happy. He's happy, baby. I love this one. I love this baby. Good boy. Good boy. Good boy. Ow, you're okay. You're okay. Go take a nap. You're okay. Hey, get out from under here. Get out from under here. Don't come under here. You're okay. You're okay. Please don't chew up my water bottle. Hey, knock it off. Hi, baby. You're okay. Calm down. He's a good boy. I gotta settle him for a second. Sorry, guys. He's just not happy right now. What's the matter? Oh, he's a big boy. Big boy, what are you doing? No, no, Claus, that's mean. That's mean. Come here. What are you doing? No, be nice. Hey, quit trying to bite me, asshole. Hi, baby. I love the baby. You're so handsome. He's my sweet baby. Yes, I love him to pieces. Hi, baby. Hi, baby. Hi. So handsome. No, no scratching, Dad. I love the baby. Wanna go lay down? You wanna settle? You did not sleep for very long last night. You've been up. You're probably just tired. You babies go lay down? Go take a nap. You eepy? Eepy baby? Don't look so sad, buddy. You have everything you need. You have everything you need in here. Do you want to let him outside, Trevor?
No.
No? It is kind of hot right now. It's like peak temperatures. Hey, buddy. Hey, buddy. We'll let you outside later. It's uber hot out there right now. How? Hey, be nice. Quit biting. Hi, Mr. Wet Nose. Hello. Hello. He's such a good baby. He's so needy right now. Hey, get out from under there. Hey, get out from under there. Go lay down. Go settle. You are okay. Hey, you are okay. He's probably upset because of his allergies. Not gonna lie. He seems fine. Do you want in your kennel? Want me to open it for you? I don't know why you would want it here. Just need some time to yourself. You want in your kennel? It's open. Okay. What is next on the list? Actually, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go grab his dog bed and see if that's what he's freaking out about. And I'm gonna go wash my hands because you slobbered all over me. I'll be right back. Okay. Stinky. Stinky baby.
Hey, lay down. No, sir. Vessel, go to your room. Go to your room. Go. Vessel. There. Yes, huh? Vessel. Oh, hello. Hello there. My wife has stepped away to use the bathroom right now, but welcome. Appreciate you joining the stream, Evelyn. You followed me on X. Let me go look real quick. Oh, yeah, I do. I see, I see. Evelyn the VTuber. There you go. I followed you back, my friend. Well, that's cool. You do commissions for like borders and stickers and all that for streams. Hopefully within the next 3 months or so after we move, I'll be able to look into those kind of services. Appreciate you joining the stream and hanging out. I'm gonna give the headset back to the wife, and she can continue her content.
What you doing? Really? You leave me all alone? One second.